Hello, Kako. Mahalo for joining us today. We will begin with a pule by Pastor Velma Mariano.
All right. That mic. To take that mic right here. Yeah. And it's okay to face your back to us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We had awesome blessing, not only for the building, but for ourselves. I received the blessing. I've had my hands out, so you got it right on me. And so the blessing is so important. But more so, we thank everyone for coming, for the commissioners, for the monies that was afforded for this beautiful place. So we're going to open in prayer. Would you stand, please? Let's honor our God this morning. Father, we thank you. We're so grateful, Lord God, for helping hands, for the construction, all the subcontractors, all those that had a hand in building this beautiful hall again. We call it Pomaikai. That's the name we gave her back 60 years ago. We're so grateful for the commission, for those that worked hard to make it happen. I'm just overwhelmed and glad to see that it's open once more. So, Father, we thank you for the meeting this morning. All that's on the agenda, Lord God. We thank you. They'll see us through all of these. We'll go through, Father, as you planned it today. We thank our commission for our chair as he leads this group. We thank all the homestead leaders that have a view of all of what we want to have done. But thank you again, Lord God. We give you the praise, honor, and glory. We invite your Holy Spirit to give us your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and help us to humble ourselves before you, to accept what's going on and to pray things through. So this we thank you and commit this meeting and time to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, thank you. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at the Paukukalo Community Center at 657 Kamuali'i Street, Wailuku, Maui, Hawaii 96793. I'm Carly Watson, Chair of the Commission. Today's date is Monday, October 20th, 2025, and it's 9:40. Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas.
Yes.
Sorry.
There.
Commissioner Freitas will be joining us later. Commissioner Kalekini online.
Aye.
I saw you. Okay, Commissioner Kalepa is excused. Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil. Ew. Commissioner Namu'o by virtually.
Yeah.
Aye. Okay, I see you. Commissioner Ornelas. Ew. And Chair Watson.
Here.
7 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay. We have amendments to the agenda. Number 1, item D5, page 9 of 19. The exhibit is to be corrected by removing the names below bunker, the 2 bunkers, Kanai, Naoi, Pimentel. Then the second item amended is item D8, page 12. Lease 5843 is listed as Kahui Kim K. The correct name is Kahui James H.K.
It's actually page 14, Chairman, on
Page
D8.
14 for item 2. Okay. Okay, is there a chair will entertain a motion to amend the October?
So moved.
Okay, wait, let me finish it. October 20th and 21st, 25 agenda to 1, correct the exhibit for item D5, as well as correct item D2. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Actually, just the correction to D5 and
Right.
D8. Yeah.
E5, right.
E5.
Well, let's see. The additional agenda announcement, approval of the agenda. Item E5 is deferred. Item F9 will start with F items. And the commission will convene in an executive session and have lunch at noon. And then tonight's community meeting will start at 6:30 here at the community center. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, what else we got?
F10. Oh, sorry, F10. Okay. That's it. F10 will be first. Sorry.
No, that'll. Okay, let's start with the approval of the minutes. Are there any edits or comments for the September 16th and 17th meeting minutes?
Chair, I have a few.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Kalikini?
Yeah, starting on page 2, public testimony number 4. So this lady, Kalei, her last name is Kaili Kini.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, and then on page 8, at the very bottom paragraph, it refers to Commissioner Kalikini. And then it goes on to say that her and she, please change that to he and change the gender. And lastly, did you get that, Leah? Okay, and then the last one is on page 40,
Already.
page 40, the second paragraph. 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line down. I think that references to P.E. Honua.
Oh, yeah.
The sentence, or the beginning of the sentence on line 5 says similar to the setup in P.E. Vanua. I believe it should be P.E. Honua.
Yeah, it should
Oh.
be.
Okay, those are my edits. Thank you, Chair.
Any other comments or amendments? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes as with the suggested amendments?
So move. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
All right,
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, first on the agenda for public testimony. And again, as was mentioned, if you want to testify now, because we got such a long agenda and a lot of items, we're gonna restrict you to either testify now or doing the agendized item. So the first person, George Aikala.
Aloha, Commissioners.
Hello.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I think you guys are doing a very good job. I was here because I wanted to talk about the homestead land. I know it's not on the agenda, but it's a personal thing with me, and I thought I would be able, when I got awarded the land. I remember, Kelly, and when you spoke at the Wailuku Community College at, what do you call? My mana about this, I felt that we were going on the land right away.
Right.
But then I found out it's not gonna be right away. It's gonna be like a couple of years from now. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is that the houses that are gonna be built on Kahikili, above Kahikili Road, will they be adequate egress and from Kahikili Road to Wailuku or Kahalui? Because there's only one single road in and out. There's gonna be a problem if you add in another 100-something homes above Kahikili Road. So I know it's not on this agenda. I'm sorry, you know.
No, not a problem.
I
No, those
I
are
just
valid
wanted-
concerns.
I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, I guess as to your first comment regarding you weren't aware that it'd be a couple of years. I think one of the things we're trying to do is, you know, in doing these project leases, is get the leases out to our
Right.
beneficiaries. Because unfortunately, in the past, on many occasions, you know, people have died on the waiting list. And then the adverse impact is that the errors may be less than 50%. They're on the application wait list, your area's got to be 50%. But by giving this paper lease, the benefit is that your area is going to be as low as 25%. So while we making the awards, and, you know, I don't know why at the orientation, where we try to explain the timelines, because we got a whole bunch, we got like 28 projects, and all of them have different timelines that we try to explain, so you can make an informed decision. Now, some may move up quicker because we get our financing quicker, especially if you're in the second phase, or it may be delayed, as mentioned. But there's a various, I guess, impacts regarding funding, as well as you're in the first phase, and again, depends on which part of the development. We have the turnkey, which usually those goes first because the financing is in place, the homesteader is pre-qualified for a loan, so the developer can build those fairly quickly. Versus where we have people that are lower income, so we got to use this alternative approach where we use tax credits. And those, the financing, setting up the, you know, the development takes a little bit longer. So those guys got to wait a little longer. Then those that are want to build their own, we give them a turn or a finished lot. But we also have the habitat, and that portion, depending on how many, is usually at the end of the project. So the rest of the construction is out of the way by that time, and then they can safely construct and participate in the self-help program. So the best way to keep informed is a sequence, and we try to update and keep our website pretty current. So is to check with the on our website, and then typically there's a link to the developer that's been assigned and given a developer agreement. And they'll also have, in some cases, pictures of the construction ongoing, as well as, you know, what the phase and timing is for those two. And then with respect to your specific questions regarding access, I'm going to have to defer to Ray or Kalani. Can one of you guys help explain to him the approach we're going to use on the access for the development that he's talking about?
I already talked to Kalani.
Oh, you did?
He
Okay.
explained why I can't get on my property right now.
Right,
Because everything else has to come together
right,
before we can access the property.
sure.
The reason why I wanted to access the property is because I wanted to start planting already. See, I missed Kilkeel. And the thing about it is, when I was number 3 on the list, they had 3 lots up in Kilkeel.
Now, you're in the subsistence ag lots or the regular residential? Which one are you on?
I'm
Residential,
on ag lot.
ag lot. Oh, okay, well,
I
now,
don't know
now
about
that's different.
subsistence. I don't.
Eliminate everything I said.
Okay,
It's different a situation. The just the basic infrastructure has to go in, and that should be a lot quicker than some of these others that I previously
well, see,
talked
I'm
about.
already a leasee at Waioko 1.
Mm,
I already
okay.
have a home,
Oh,
so I don't want to build a home. I want to build
and that's your choice.
bond or something like that,
Sure.
so that when I do the process of my, what do you call, growth, whatever I'm growing,
Right,
that I'll have a place to process it.
yeah. For people like yourself, we do and retain CTAR
Right.
with the university. They can provide you some guidance. We also have funding that you can access, as well as
I know all that, but
contractors.
you know, I know I gotta wait. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Well, I
how long
know,
were you waiting before you got
I
that?
know, Kali, when you gave out all those awards at, what do you call Maui Community College? That half of those guys that came up there will not probably be around 2 more years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so we got to get them out so they can pass it on.
well, with the help of Aku, I hope I'll be around 2 more years.
I hope so too, guy.
But the thing about it is, I also have some of my nephews that are gonna be
Great,
put on their successors.
sure.
And I'll be dealing with Jermaine.
You've named them as
Oh,
successors?
I've already filled out the
Oh,
papers.
good, good,
And I just gotta bring them into Jermaine
sure.
and but they're just gonna be successors for now. If anything
Right.
happens to me, then they'll own it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the, when the basic infrastructure is in, but again, you know, talk to my staff, they'll give you a heads up. And then,
Okay.
like I said, on our website, we'll
Okay.
give updates on a regular
Yeah, I was
basis.
trying to get a hold of Archie.
Okay, yeah, Archie is not here today, sorry.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay, the next testifier is Dre Kalili. Hi, Dre.
Aloha, good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Aloha.
I am here today representing the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs. We are kind of a licensee for a property in Kapolei. The approval before you today for item F10 is the first, I think, of a series of approvals that we are asking from the commission to, I think, course correct what has occurred and transpired with our organizations and our previous partners in the development of our Kipuka property, which sits across the parking lot from the DHHL building. So item F10 seeks to affirm an action that this commission already approved in 2015 and will kind of set into motion, as I described, a series of things that we need done. So there was a partnership. The association is a 501c4. We had a partnership with a 501c3. We have dissolved that partnership, and we're going to eventually ask the commission to update the license documents to reflect that. But that's the gist of that. This has been 20 years in the making. You can look in the submittal and you'll see previous submittals dating back to 2005 and 2015. And I think really we're just here to start that process again to really correct and set a good pathway forward for the property. And then I'll be available if there's any questions.
Yeah, we're trying to move that along. I realize that that little glitch in getting that one entity to sign off, but we'll move forward on that.
Thank you.
So you can get going. Thank you, Dre. Okay, the consent agenda, which includes items D5 and D8 amendments. Juan Garcia.
Aloha, Commissioners.
Hello.
Again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator, and Homestead Services Division has 10 consent agenda items for you this morning. As noted, D5 and D8 corrections were made. I just want to highlight some items for you with respect to D8 and D9. There's a much more than normal. This has to do with UI conversions, leases that are converted from undivided interest to actual leases.
Okay, any questions on any of those items, commissioners? If not, would entertain a motion to approve. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Juan.
Moving on
Okay,
to
the
D12.
Agenda item D12, denial of assignment of lease with the transfer from Gordon Kuneva. Juan?
Yeah, again, this is to deny the transfer request of lessee Gordon Kuneva to Carl Kuneva for agricultural lease number 7026, lot number 9 in Maku'u for the remaining term of the lease. And again, just to summarize, the request is being denied because of current violations. There's a unauthorized storage of mostly vehicles on the property. Department of Health, as well as our enforcement team, is working with Department of Health as well as Mr. Kuneva to remediate the existing situation with the violation.
Is Mr. Kuneva available for kind of defend himself here? But the department did send a notice, right?
Yes, so
Okay.
again, this doesn't preclude him from submitting another transfer, or we can proceed with this one once the lot is brought to an acceptable condition.
Yeah, so we're not canceling his lease, we're just denying the transfer.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Pat Kavaiola?
Aloha, Mike Ako. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for allowing me the opportunity. I just saw this on the agenda, but I think Mr. Garcia cleared it up because if you was to just look at the agenda, the denial, I just wanted to find out how a denial was possible based on what's in the act and the language of just having to transfer from, in this case, two brothers. But after Mr. Garcia expressed the fact that there's some non-compliance, so is now non-compliance going to be a reason for denial? Or is, because that's the first I've ever heard of a denial of a transfer just based on non-compliance. So it's just something that came to my mind, but I think in the end, Mr. Garcia clarified what the reason was, and that he will be allowed to, the individual or Native Hawaiian would be allowed to transfer it once the non-compliance part is cleared up. Thank you.
Yeah, once it cleans it up, we can resubmit and probably get the approval. Okay,
Okay.
any other questions?
Chair, I do.
Okay,
Are we,
Commissioner Ornelas?
just for clarification purposes, because accumulation of cars is a widespread issue. Non-compliance is a widespread issue. Is Mr. Kuneva aware, or does there exist a plan for
There-
remediation?
There is. Mr. Kuneva is working not only with our department through the enforcement unit, but also with Department of Health. So there are a number of milestones that needs to be met in order for the violation to be eliminated.
And these milestones have hard and fast dates attached?
I don't believe there's any hard dates. We're working, like I said, we're just trying to work within Mr. Kuneva's ability to clear out the property. Because it has to do with vehicle, there may be, and again, it may be underlined, emphasized, because of the storage of the vehicles on the lot and the time it's been there may need to be a soil test to make certain that the lot is not contaminated by the petroleum or substance coming out of the vehicles.
And how many vehicles would you say are there at present?
I'll have to ask David Hoke specifically on to address that specific
I'm
question.
asking because I'm just afraid, Chair, about setting a precedent. With this particular lessee.
Or maybe David can. David.
Morning, Chair. Yeah, I'd say right now there'd be less than 10 vehicles. Where it started off, it would probably be closer to 50. And so now the focus has been just tires. We continue to go do checks, random checks. And while there's no set deadline put in place by the Department of Health, we've been making sure that there's been consistent progress every time we go. And so that has been the case. So we were trying to afford them the opportunity to remediate the issue and then transfer the lease as they intend to. But as Juan did mention, after the tires are removed, he is going to have to do some sort of remediation test.
Thank
Ju-
you.
Just a quick question.
Yeah,
Sure.
Commissioner.
How long has this been going on? Just guess.
I'd say 5 years from the initial being made aware of the situation to notice of violations being issued, getting Department of Health involved and slowly trickling out the cars and the tires.
So just as a thought, 5 years ago, we discovered that there was an abuse of the property
That is correct.
and that there were approximately 50 cars on the property
That is
5
correct.
years ago.
Yes,
And the lessee was notified, this is not Pono, and you gotta clean this up. Yes?
that is
No?
correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, we do have another testifier, Catherine Garson. No, okay.
Hi, sorry, Catherine Gerson here. Sorry, we'll testify at the time the agenda items are called.
Oh, sorry, your hand was raised. Okay.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yeah, Chair. Dave, for automobiles, like I know Molokai, we tend to grow that over there. And it's getting to be a big problem because those have been there for more than 5 years. So, I'm glad you're looking at that. We need to do something about it. And like the Kalamalo Homestead Association, what we did was we went around and collected these cars. But the problem we're having right now is that the metal people won't take it unless the county signs off because those vehicles need to be cleared, or they're going to charge the person who's taking a vehicle there. So, but at some point, for the homesteaders, we need to be helpful in that sense, because I'm not sure why they're growing cars. My son is one of them. And I tend to tell him that, you know, you gotta remove the tires, the liquid, the gas. Eventually, it'll start seeping out of the tanks. But it's a big problem on all the homesteaders. It's not just Molokai. Molokai is hard to get things off the island as well as on the island. And so I'm glad you're looking at that, and I thank you for that service.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance because we know that there's challenge with removing vehicles the right way. It costs money. And so we want to be realistic because there is a expense that the beneficiary has to put forward
Yeah.
in order to do it. So we also want to be realistic to try and get it done as quickly as possible, but we know, it's probably not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, because I'm not sure how long it's gonna take for that land to get back in shape again after you get all the fuel in that ground, which especially if it's a ag lot, then you don't want to be planting there.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dave.
Is there a motion?
So more.
Second,
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next
Thank you,
item is
David.
E1, approval of lease awards, Honokawai subdivision agriculture project lease, Lahaina, Maui. Melanie Fronda.
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator with Land Development Division. Along with me is Michelle Kitzman, Housing Projects Branch Manager. She will be presenting E1 and E2 for decision.
All right, get the
We'll go through E1 first before she comes on. E1 is approval of Honokawai Subdivision Agricultural Project Lease. This is one of two projects that we had presented to the Maui waitlisters that are on the agricultural wait list. And this was for us to be able to award 40 lots here in phase 1 of Honokawai. It's the beginning of development that we have master planned some time ago. And so what you have before you is those that had selected to be a project lessee in this area. We'll work with them as we move forward in developing this lot. This should be able to be developed within the next couple of years. We are still working on county approvals as well as some water availability as well on this.
Is there a motion?
uh,
And then we'll have a discussion.
okay, so move.
Second.
Discussion,
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner Lasso.
So this is the first step in the lease. Is that what it is?
It is, yes, it is. One of the reasons, as Chair had mentioned, it really is to secure those that have access.
Yeah.
So with the 50% qualification, blood quantum qualification, and to secure that them and their families will have an opportunity once the lots become available and developed. And we anticipate, we had mentioned in the event itself, the timing of when this would come available, we're probably a couple of years out until we go back and do lot selection for this area.
So these are agriculture lots?
Yes, it is.
So infrastructure is water.
Right
needs to
now,
get on the
it
lot.
is, so it's subdividing, it's water as well as
Oh.
access roadways. And they will have the ability to be able to build, because it's subsistence agriculture, 1 acre lots, they will have the ability to actually build a house on this property.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just add that that's an option that they can, but they're not necessarily have to build a house. Now, if they have a residential lease elsewhere and they do decide to build a house on that lot, then they're gonna have to give up or transfer their residential lot. Or as an alternative, they can, unlike the residential, they can start, once the infrastructure is in, they can go on the land immediately and start, growing as well as raising livestock. And again, I want to emphasize that we are working with CTAR, and the university has some real expertise that we're trying to make available to our beneficiaries so they can, know what to grow, as well as have funding if they do decide, which is optional, to build a house. We'll help them do that also. Okay, we do have a public testimony. Blossom Fatera.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify on items E1 and E2. First of all, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for taking on the kuleana of getting our people off the list. I think it's a great idea, as you well know. My only question is that now that we've awarded leases, the next step would obviously be figuring out what the budget is going to be for the development of these areas. So has there been, my question to the commission, as well as to Mr. Franda, is has there been any discussion or any planning involved in the development of some kind of budgetary requirement for these lots? And I say this because I've had several phone calls from beneficiaries who were able to get a project lease, telling me that the department is saying we need to go to the legislature to get money, which I'm fine with. We just need to know what kind of ask our beneficiaries need to make at the ledge. Thank you.
Mahalo, Auntie. So we have a item that's coming up, E3, that will discuss what the projects that have been identified in Act 279 with utilizing Act 279 monies. And we also have a budget that's attached to each project. So we've done a project analysis to make sure that we know what's expected, how much money we have, and we continue to pursue additional monies wherever that may be. Some of it may be federal funds, some may be grants that we pursue, some comes from the county. In the case for E1 and E2, and I'll comment on E2 as well, is that we have monies that have been set aside. We may need additional monies on the Honokawai build out. In regards to E2, we already have the monies encumbered.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a little bit concerned if the department is going to be spending time pursuing federal dollars. As we all know, I don't know if that's even going to be a feasible activity. And if we can concentrate on the obligation that the state of Hawaii has to the Department of Fine Homelands and its beneficiaries, I think our focus should be there. And we should actually be starting the conversation now.
Thank you, Auntie.
So
we have that actually in E4, or actually in E3, and that will show some of the projections that we have in seeking appropriation that comes from the state government and the different types of tranches. So if it's 25 million each year, we can at least plan accordingly. It's not using yesterday's budget for tomorrow's development. It really is how do we successfully and intentionally plan so we know what kind of monies we are anticipating.
yeah, so I think Kalani, if you can start to have more community informational meetings about the process, because we need to be able to get our beneficiaries either to the legislators or to the legislature. And we need to make sure that they have the information necessary to be able to advocate on their behalf. So mahalo for that.
Mahalo, Anake.
Yeah, and let me re-emphasize that point that Blossom has made. We need the community as well as the beneficiaries with these paper leases, especially if they're in the second phase. We need your help. We need your advocacy as well as your lobbying and your persuasive need and the fact that you've been waiting all these years, it's time that the state, I'm not counting too much on the feds for now, but especially the state, we need your help to get some money from them. And there has been, change, especially on the House side, and I think in a very favorable way for our beneficiaries in getting more money. So do take a look, and I believe we'll have that information regarding projects, budgets, as well as what we anticipate we need to not only maybe cover some of the increased costs, but phase two. So you have a specific dollar amount, and we've broken it down by project so that for our legislators, especially those of a certain district, they can lobby and support what we're talking about. So yeah, Blossom, we appreciate your input and future support.
Oh, absolutely. So I've had experience lobbying or quote unquote, I'm sorry, advocating. We don't use lobby because, there's a different thing about that. But, and I think it's important. Beneficiaries on Maui has deployed strategies where we went to the legislature and talked to our legislative representatives, and we're fairly successful in getting allocation of funds to our department. And so I think we just need to re-up that strategy. I think it's really important that our beneficiaries be brought up to speed on Kuleana. Yeah. It's one thing to say, thank you very much, DHHL, for this piece of paper. Now, when am I going to get the land?
Great.
We have the ability to go and pursue the funding necessary to get our land. And I think I think we've got enough impetus in our community, at least here in Maui, where they want to be a part of the solution. So
Great.
mahalo for that.
Thank you.
Chair, may I? I just
Commissioner
want to thank
Ornelas?
you so much for those comments. I've been putting a lot of thought to that. I think that the more collaboration there is between waitlisters and recipients of these project leases, as well as our current homesteaders, to really come together, unite, and move forward with political action. And I keep hearing that kind of every month of people saying, okay, what do we say? Is there a draft testimony? Is there a bullet point sheet that we can write? And so I really, really appreciate your comments. I think the time has never been better to come at the next legislative session with a very pointed and united front. So I want to say thank you so much.
Well, I can make the commitment for Maui. I'm not sure about the other islands, but definitely experience matters. And if there's anybody that has questions or want help, we will be more than happy to help our fellow beneficiaries. But just to be clear, we're focused in on getting our projects up and running in a timely manner. So because as most of you know, those that have taken these project leases are kupuna, right? And so it becomes more than just a priority. It's now become kuleana for us to be able to move this thing forward as quickly as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we do have another witness, Patrick Pavaiola.
Hello, Mike Kako, Commissioners Chair. I would echo the thoughts of the previous speaker, Ms. Fitura, and would like to also thank Commissioner Ornelas for that thoughtful insight in how you do it. I unfortunately can't pledge as Blossom did about taking care of, she did for Maui. But if it's political action that has to happen, and most of those beneficiaries that are on the wait list are kupunas, and that's the entity that I'm prepared to have sit and stand and or testify on this electronic means to support that issue. However, on this island, because we have, basically because on this island that has the most land, and the most of it has been awarded agriculturally in the Panaeva area, where some planned developments, the department may have in the not too distant future. I have always had a pet peeve because I now reside on a agricultural land. And again, I will raise the question for the new commissioners. There is property that's been awarded over 40 years ago. It has been awarded. The human that received the award has never set foot on the land. Never. And we talked about Mr. Kuneva with 5 years about the cars in the car yard. 40 years they never got onto the property. So that I have an issue with. And then now I just find out this this agricultural portion, and I guess the chair mentioned that these are going to be 1 acre subsistence ag. Well, they took 10 acres in Panaeva and they made 18 half acres subsistence ag. So we talking sometimes out of two sides of our mouth and not looking at the act and how we can quickly put our beneficiaries on the land. I appreciate the fact that, Mr. Chair, you have a compassionate view about having to help people to occupy the properties. But Section 208 of the Act makes it clear. It says, here's the property. You got X amount of time to use it. If you do not occupy it being the key word, if you do not occupy the tract, then you're not in compliance. End
Okay,
of
Pat.
story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item, E2.
Mahalo for E2, Michelle Hitzman will present this next item.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners.
Morning.
Michelle Hitzman, Housing Project Branch Manager, Land Development Division. The subject is approval of lease awards for the Waiehumaka subdivision, agricultural project leases. Recommended motion is to approve the award of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland lot leases to the 55 applicants listed below for 99 years. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. We do have a testifier, Blossom. You want to stand on your previous testimony? Okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Thank you, Glenn. Next agenda item, F12, approval to issue revocable permits to Sun Iowa West Inc. of Puna.
Sorry, F10, Chair. F10 is the one that we're moving up.
Oh, yeah, and F12, man.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Income Property Manager with the Land Management Division. We have a heavy agenda this month, first time in a long time that we have something heavy like this. Anyway, item number F12, LMD seeking approval to issue a revocable permit to Sun Iowa West Incorporated, situated in Mapunapuna, Oahu, under the TMK as listed under the submittal.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried.
Yeah.
Now
Now back to F10. Thank you.
Okay, F then.
Yes. F10, Land Management Division is seeking the approval for the affirmation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of June 16, 2016 to remove Chaminade University of Honolulu, CUH, and recognize the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs as co-licensee, license number 642, East Kapolei, Island of Oahu, TMK is listed. This is the item that one of the testifiers had mentioned earlier that she came up and testified on.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay.
Next
Two down.
item, F1.
F1. Can I ask Shelley? This subject item is seeking the approval to issue a general lease and amend right of entry number 496 in to Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association in Keokea, Waihuli, Maui Island. TM keys is listed in the submittal. Shelley Carrera is here to answer any questions and to justify the recommendation as submitted.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Aloha Chair and Commissioner Shelley Carrera, Land Agent, Wetland Management Division. So presenting submittal item F1, approval to issue a general lease to Keokea Homestead Farm Lot Association. In addition to this request, we also have a second motion, and that's to approve their right of entry that they currently hold, and the right of entry approval we're requesting is to extend the ROE until the general lease is fully executed. So Keokea Homestead Farm Lot Association, they held a right of entry for due diligence related to master planning, compliance with Chapter 6E, as well as environmental assessment, Chapter 343. So they've completed their master planning and their environmental assessment, and we're working with them for finalizing the 6E.
Yeah, say something.
Aloha Commissioners, my name is Alika Akana, representing Keokea Homestead Farm Lots. I'm a sergeant of arms, a part of the board of directors up there. And we've been working on this project for over 10 years now. And with the help of DHHL, we have moved forward with our master planning and our assessments on land and everything. So we have moved forward with this project, and all we need now, because we have some funding from DHHL to begin planning and actually moving on the property, we need the general lease to be approved for us to continue forward. We have worked with different partners, G70 Architects, and this is one of the last things that we need. So we humbly ask that you approve our application. Mahalo.
Any questions, commissioners? Have questions? Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on a sec. Commissioners. Okay.
Thank you. Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners.
Hello.
Thank you for our time. I can't believe how well you guys keep this all straight. It's pretty amazing. My first question regarding the.
Can you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Andrew Aukai Hatchie. I'm the treasurer from Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association. I'm an enrolled agent, tax guy, and grant writer. And I just wanted to say on behalf of our association, thank you for the support that you've given us. Up in Keokea, we are honored and humbled by it. So my first question is on the general lease is line number 5, base rent. What is the usual use, or what's the usual structure of base rent that DHHL uses? Let's say our priority is to open a Hawaiian immersion preschool and simultaneously a senior daycare center. So how does that work? I just want to know what.
For us, again, it's It's a matter of looking at the project, and I know it's a 501(c)(3) to an association. And with that being said, we kind of look at it nominally. However, we want to make sure that we get our fair share too on whatever the rent will be established at, yeah.
Okay, so is it a percentage lease? Is it a base plus? How does that work?
That needs to be determined still.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
and again, this is initial right now, and what we will get to discussing with you guys on that stuff, yeah.
Okay, paragraph number 21. Paragraph 21 asks that lessee agrees to pay for all costs of establishing utility. So currently, DHHL has provided us with $96,542 to pool commercial power to the marketplace in Keokea. Currently, we're being hung up. Paragraph 21.
Yeah.
Currently, we're being hung up because MECO has decided that they needed to erect a new power pole. Because of MECO being diverted to Lahaina, we've been in a holding pattern for about a year now. Paragraph number 1 says that we're responsible. We don't have the money to finance that type of commercial power need to basically supply commercial power to the entire marketplace. Before we sign off and agree to this, I just want to make sure that the commission's aware that our current financial status of Keokea Homestead Farm Lots is at about 16,000. So before we agree to the lease, I just want to make sure that the commission's on notice that we won't be able to agree to pay for the costs of establishing utilities. We're going to need your help via grant source funding. Please.
Okay, again, with this, it's a standard boilerplate type conditions that we're looking at.
Okay.
And again, we need to talk to our AGs and with you guys.
Okay.
To negotiate the terms and conditions, yeah.
Okay.
And again, it's just a standard boilerplate type
Okay.
document
Okay.
that we use.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me kind of add based on my experience when I way back, I helped the Nanakuli Homestead Community Association with their village center. And we went into the legislature with the association and got some GIA money from the legislature. And we used that to put in the backbone infrastructure. We also got some CDBG from the feds. We used new market tax credits. We got some money from Commitment Schools because they were putting in the Kalani Ho'oka Cultural Learning Center. So there's all kind of ways to skin a cat. You just gotta, don't always go to the department because, we'll help you to a certain extent, but you gotta get out there and hustle, okay?
Oh, I'm aware.
Sure.
So I'm prepared to submit on the federal side as well as the private sector as well.
Okay, good. Okay, any questions or comments? Anything else, sir?
Nope, good.
Okay. Okay, is there, we have a couple, Blossom, you wanted to say something or no? Okay, sounds good. Sure. Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Oh, we need a motion.
We need a
Motion.
So moved.
There's a second.
second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number F2, moving on. Subject item is LMD seeking approval to issue a license agreement to Waiahu Code 3's Phase 3 Association in Waiahu, Wailuku, Maui. And TMKs is listed under this submittal. And again, I have Shelley here if anybody has any questions, or she can justify the questions, justify the recommendation.
Okay, is there a motion? And then we're gonna have a discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Blossom, you signed up again. You wanna comment or you just support? You gotta pay attention now.
License.
Again, the South Homestead community, that has been working really hard on coming up with an idea to serve their community. And so we want to be able to support any of our homestead communities on Maui in achieving that economic viability.
Sounds good.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, next item.
Item number F3, LMD seeking approval to issue a license easement to a Kevin and Deborah Robel Trust out in Waiahuli, Keokea, and Kula, Maui. TMK is listed on the submittal.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, Kevin Grobel.
Okay, would you like to say something about this request?
Just thank you in advance for the consideration and nothing specific, no.
Okay, we need a motion. Oh, wait a minute, we got, yeah, let's do a motion, then we can take this one.
So move. Second.
Okay, discussion with the commissioners first. Any discussion? Now, do we have Robin Newhouse?
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the mic, the guys on 19.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Aloha, Commissioner. Aloha to all. Mahalo for your time. Robin Newhouse, Keokea Homestead Association President. I would like this to not happen. We as Hawaiians, lessees, beneficiaries have waited so long for every little bit that we have to just cut a pipe and give somebody their way. No, I'm sorry. I don't think we should be the ones giving up any little thing that we can get just because it's convenient or close by for someone else to profit off their properties, which already exist and has water. So I vote no to the infrastructure easement. That's it.
You know, they're asking for a water line, utility easement
They're asking for the license easement to get through
to get water to their property.
yes.
And you don't want them to have water?
Right, they have water, but it's at the top of the hill. They want to cut through Department of Hawaiian Homelands straight across where their fence is at the bottom on Keanuhea coming down the stretch. And I voted no at the public, what is that, consultation for all beneficiaries. There was a lot of people that voted no. And we're here today to still say no.
Okay. Any other testimony from you?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Bobby Hall?
Hello, Commissioners. Bob Hall, Project Manager with Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead. Bob Hall, Project Manager at Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead. Waiahuli's Board of Directors is indifferent about this proposal, but from a business perspective and Waiahuli's ability to move its initiative forward, which is we do, Waiahuli is supportive of getting access to the main water line in the middle of the road, which the easement will provide. The applicant, Kealana Farms, has worked within the community for many years to provide vertical farming techniques that are being used in the mainland. We find, when I say we, Waiahuli finds that very valuable for our initiative, what we do. We have had several meetings with the applicant about trying to get mentorship for vertical farming on the 150 acres, which the department gave Waiahuli. And we're looking as this as an opportunity to share that expertise. We understand that the water situation on Maui is very tenuous to say the least. But this is a connection to an existing line. There is consideration that there are other alternatives to connect to this. That might be true, but the other alternatives is not financially feasible for anybody. It would be the same for anyone that needs to access the line. So make a long story short, we are in support. Waiahuli is in support of this request to access water.
Mr. Robel, would you like to respond to the comments we've received?
Just that, yeah, we've been here since 2010. My wife was born, raised here. I met her years ago in Honolulu. I'm an entrepreneur. It's my third business kind of venture of my life. So we started hydroponic farming in 2010 up in Kula, and we're selling to all the Costco's, Foodlands, and grocery establishments throughout the state. And then we got into living products and applied and received some patents and got into vertical farming here in a prototype fashion. And then, at least for the time being, some of the restrictions we ran into, specifically water and some land use, that concept for the time being went to the mainland. We opened up a 100,000 square foot vertical farming facility in Michigan. And we want to do it here. And we want to continue the ag venture here. And this is just another kind of step in the process. It's been about 5 years since we bought the property. The previous owners were on the list, I think, for approximately 22 years. And and then we reserved the meters about 4.5 years ago and have been working through the different options. As Bobby mentioned, one of the options was a pretty substantial improvement on Poli Road, 2,200 feet of a 6-inch to 8-inch upgrade that really had no impact on our property, but that was one of the conditions. The other option the DWS gave us was to engage with you folks and request connection down below because of the water capacity in the sites. As I understand, it's the same water, but just with more capacity. So that's all I really have to say. But
So you'd be willing to work with Bobby Hall's group, mentor, train, and educate?
Very much so, yeah.
Then Bobby, you guys are tapping into that water too based on this improvement? You're not?
Chair, in addition to Bobby Hall, in addition to Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association, he's also opening communication to the Keokea Homestead Farm Lots Association also, yeah.
And he's working with them?
Yeah, that's what's indicated in the submittal.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners?
I have a question, Chair.
Sure.
To Kahana. Can you explain why the 1C, the fee for the easement shall be gratis?
Shelley.
We established gratis fee because Kevin is elected to provide a community benefit in the amount of 25,000. And that's the rate that we charged for similar easement. So the monies would be split between Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association and Keokea Homestead Farm Lot Association.
I saw that in the submittal. I guess my question is more along the lines of, and we understand and appreciate community benefits packages, but if we're charged with building infrastructure to these project leases that are being given out, at what point does the department become a revenue center for its own development? Instead of directly, it sounds like the department is foregoing this opportunity for revenue to have two community associations benefit. Why can't we have both?
Yeah, so the lot, well, that is an option, but because we charged similar pricing as the community benefit for easements, similar easement, we forego the cost for the easement and supported the beneficiary community benefit in that case, but
But Commissioner, if you think we should consider that, it being equally to the associations and to us, you can, and we can discuss that with the licensee.
I'm just trying to understand it. If, again, if we're charged to do all this development, and we're going after federal funds, we're going after state funds, the department needs to become revenue generators. Therefore, the department shouldn't forego anything, in my opinion. We need funds. It's that simple. So my question is, are we proposing these gratis situations out of practice, history, or is it what's best for the department, which serves a wider base of beneficiaries?
I guess first practice how we come up with the amount and then trying to help out the wider base in understanding that this monies will go to our beneficiaries.
But the department doesn't have any control over those funds, correct?
Correct, it doesn't. It would go straight to the two associations.
Okay, we do have some testifiers, Patrick Carvalho. You got 2 minutes, guys.
Well, unmute, I just had to unmute. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Again, the act clearly, I'm just sorry to be the stick in the mud today, but the subject matters are coming up where, again, our properties are being asked to benefit the general public. With due respect to Mr. Hall, nice to see you again, Bob. But and to those, I think Miss Newhouse said it clearly that do not use trust lands to benefit the public. That's been settled in case law. So let's not go down that road. And as Miss Ornelas mentioned, do not sell ourselves for the sake of money, community benefits. And I know that well because the first community benefits ever offered by the Department of Hawaiian Home had been from Waikea Center, and that's had created issues. So please, commissioners, use get as you mentioned, get the biggest bang for the buck. I think Mr. Albino is correctly. If that's what you want, commissioners, him to discuss with the potential person asking the trust, but also do so. However, the use of our trust lands for the general public, it cannot happen. Hawaiian homes cannot be alienated. And it is through history that these lands are being used because you can come to the island of Hawaii where the most land was awarded during the trust. And we got perpetual easements from electrical company, water company, any company you wanted to that's got perpetual easements for the rest of our lives. So please, commissioners, use your brain, think about the act, and our job, your job, according to the Nelson case, is to serve one master. You cannot serve two masters, and the master you gotta serve is the beneficiary as defined. Thank you.
Okay, the next testifier, Kavehi Pandai.
Hello, Commission. Kaveve Pandai. I live in Waiahole, the residential lots. I just wanted to say that my view personally is vote no. And that's because the ag side didn't want enough water already. They don't, they all sign on paper, they don't need grow stuffs. But how much can they grow? We're talking about water today. How many times? We get 5,000 acres below Waiahole that we can get our homesteaders on. And we're talking about sharing a little bit. Well, why don't they share a little bit more with us? Why are we always on the giving end? Not too much times we're on the receiving. Like she said, we're only getting the little bit, the scraps. Why are we only getting the scraps? Why are we not getting the water? And we be the kiai over that water to determine who gets the water and how much. I just went to one meeting at Waiahole Homestead down at the bottom and was talking about water. How everybody pretty much I heard at that meeting said, you know what? We don't like this, any of this drilling the wells without specific wording in the document saying this water gonna be used for the homestead. Because if it's not specifically stated, that means we can jockey move. I said, enough the jockey move. Just do it is right. Right on for brother, he make his business, but he made his business knowing that he never have that water access. He can bring them up from the top and cost money, but cost us money too. So, long story short for me, I just wanted to come up here and say that we get 5,000 more acres for put our people on. And I think we shouldn't give up anything until we get our own people on the land. After we extinguish our list and get our people on the land, and if we get extra, cool, we can think about it at that point in time. Mahalo.
Could I say something? Thanks, sorry. So this for us has been about a lot more than business, just because we live here and my wife and I, daughters live there. And so we were of the mindset that we were, a pretty helpful part of the community for the last 15 years and didn't really see, we followed this lead because of DWS's suggestion that this was one option to the $2.2 million project up top. But having said that, and I can honestly say I've made my best effort down there in what we've done. We've cleared 42 acres of wattle. The property's under a USDA conservation plan for soil and water. It's a full-on agriculture venture, and that I think we've proven that. But I was shocked and kind of taken aback by the pushback at the meeting and the degree of it and just how we were viewed in doing what we're doing. And further here, I don't want to live there under these circumstances. So I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would like to withdraw the application request. I'm sorry, Shelley, because I know you put a ton of time into this, but.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, but that's your choice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I done then? Okay, thank you all for your time though. And I know this has been a long process. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, next item.
Item number 4, Land Management is seeking the approval of Fifth Amendment to Right of Entry number 704 issued to Hawaiian Telecom Incorporated over portions of tax map keys on islands on statewide. Shelley?
Aloha Commissioner, Shelley Carrera, Land Agent with Land Management Division. Presenting submittal item F4. Hawaiian Telecom currently holds right of entry permit number 704 for assets secured through bankruptcy proceedings. This extension will allow them to continue use of their assets on Hawaiian homelands while we negotiate a license.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? All
Yeah.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
That's agenda item for Maui Island. The approval, LMD seeking the approval of annual renewal of revocable permits for Maui Island.
Okay, let's see. Okay, is there a motion?
So.
Glad you're awake.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Any discussion? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Yeah, item number F6, moving on to the big item. LMD seeking approval of lease term extensions for 3 general leases scheduled to expire, situated in Kaehana 1 and Kaehana 2 Industrial Subdivision in Waiakea and Kauai High, Hawaii Island. TMK is listed in the submittal.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion regarding these extensions?
No.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay, item number F7 and F8. I know it's different general lease numbers, however, they're the same tenant, same lessee, Ken's Towing Services. I think there might be a speaker from Cynthia. She is available also. Okay, so land management is seeking approval to terminate general leases number 4311, S4311 and general lease 129. Issued to Ken's Towing Services, the Waikea, South Hilo, Hawaii Island, TMK listed.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion?
I have a quick, we received a letter from Miss Cynthia Homa, I think her last name. She submitted a letter. She also submitted checks. And she did take a picture of it and give it to us in email. However, we have not received it physically yet at our office. One is in the amount of $25,485.75, and that would cover the delinquency under general lease S4311. And she also sent a check for $14,850, which would cover the delinquency for general lease 129. In that letter that she sent us, though, she also indicated that they wanted to surrender the leases and would want to surrender it within the next 6 to 12 months. However, we're willing to work with them for the next 6 months in trying to clean up the property. And if Cynthia has anything she wants to add, she can add.
Okay, Cynthia.
Yes, hi, good morning, Commission. So I have my attorney, Catherine Garson from Carl Smith and Ball, that would like to be involved in the discussion. Could we enable her in this discussion as well?
Hang on, we're trying to get her hooked up.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, she's available.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning, Commission. Thank you for hearing
Today, Catherine Garson from Carl Smith Ball. Ms. Hoyman reached out just for assistance with attempting to now surrender the lease. She has made the payments to bring them current. There is a disputed amount, and we'll continue to work with the department on that disputed amount.
Okay.
What we're asking for then is just the month-to-month holdover until she can vacate the premise, that Ken Stone can vacate the premise.
Yeah, I had indicated to the chair and to the commission that we're willing to work with you guys for a not to extend a 6-month period to clean up whatever need to be done on the property.
Okay, Connor, you suggesting we just withdraw this or defer it, or what do you want to do?
We can withdraw the
Okay.
cancellation. However, like I said, if we can,
You bring it back.
yeah,
Okay,
and do
Okay.
the interim period of 6 months.
okay, next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the same one. F9.
F9, right?
Yeah.
Item number F9, land manager seeking approval of annual renewal of revocable permits situated in East and South Hawaii Island, various TMKs listed under the submittal agenda, submittal packet that was listed.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, Chair, I do. Quick
Okay.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Kana, thank you. I wanted to ask about RP 599, the Connect Point Church.
Yeah,
So I seen a comment that offering for industrial use forthcoming. Can you elaborate on that, please?
yeah, we have to prep that lot. I know the church has been there for a while, and I know they're paying industrial commercial rates. But we will inform them and give them ahead of time as far as vacating the place, the premises. We have to relook at that property and figure out when we can go out.
Okay, so why do we have to do that? Why do we have
Because
to? Yeah,
again, we want to generally lease the property out instead of having a revocable permit a month to month. I know they're paying the fee, and it doesn't stop them from participating.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, so
I was just curious if the church was not allowed to participate, but you're saying you wanted a long-term lease. So we're gonna go out and the church can't participate in that.
yeah, if they want to, they can participate in that also.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Kana.
Okay, any other questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay, we did F10.
F11
F11.
or F?
Yeah, F11.
No.
Item number F11, we're seeking, out on Oahu, we're seeking approval to issue a revocable permit to E. Opala Corporation, situated in Mapunapuna, Oahu, and the TMK listed in the submittal there.
Okay, motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, discussion.
Fire.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
okay, Patrick Viola.
Again, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Technology has eluded me. I wanted to, my figure should have been, my hand should have been raised. Even though it was deferred, I still would want the commission to realize, and I think Kahana absolutely talked about remediation, because remediation is going to be the issue. And this, again, from Mr. Kaniakua's perspective, Commissioner Asuya's perspective, when we spoke about the cars being there 5 years. Please, if you can find out, and I think Kahana can explain if you guys needed to, Ken Stone being there for years.
Correct.
So the remediation is just not going to be the same processing for that place, wherever it was, is now, and how it's going to be done. So I just needed the commission to understand, because some of you do not have yet the history of what was happening here in Hilo. at those places where these types of licenses were being offered and the uses of it in the industrial area. That's all I needed to say, and thank you, Hannah, for your work.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let's see, although, let's have a motion.
For which one?
Effie Lane.
We have
I don't see a motion on it.
No, I didn't see that.
These
recent
Yeah,
discoveries.
we need a motion, gang.
Counterpart is found.
So move.
Right here, this footprint is a Ford waiting to happen. Let me get the Chevy out of your way.
You know, I really hate to get rid of it, but
I don't buy it. But I'll tell you what, we'll make a deal. All right. Yes, let's go. Let's go.
I think we got a hell of a deal.
Wait to get this back.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
He's going to love it.
It's one thing when Joe knows we're gonna go pick something up.
Yeah.
Joe's not expecting this.
Can't wait.
Cannot hear. Leah. We can't hear.
Got it.
Oh, hello?
I can hear. Oh, good. Okay, you good now?
Yes, I can hear Leah now.
yeah, all good.
Okay, they can hear now.
Okay, again, just my comments on this and what was shared with me from the Paneva Hawaiian Homelands Community Association and the president of Kauai Alameda. And again, I'm not sure if she's available or if she's online. I just don't want to take words out of her mouth or perceive it the wrong way, but she is in opposition of this amendment. However, I did, like I said, mentioned earlier, LMD did provide all the associations with the amendment or the proposed amendments and had asked for their concurrence. To date, we have 3 associations that had sent submittals. I know in the submittal, I have 2 associations that sent. Last week, Friday, I have a hard copy of the Pi'i Honua Hawaiian Homestead Community Association that sent their concurrence. We're still waiting for, I believe, Kamana, Maku'u, Ka'u, and Keoka we got Keoka community, Paneva Hawaiian Homelands Community Association. So just wanted to give.
So we're missing quite a few then, huh?
We are missing quite a few. If you wanna,
Why don't we defer this and then
until we receive, okay, we can.
Okay, next item.
Okay,
We may take it up tomorrow, so those, if we can get the responses by then great. If they don't respond, then I hate to move forward without their.
exactly, okay. But I was hoping that they would get everything in by today, but unfortunately they didn't.
Okay.
Okay. Item number F14 is, it's an information, so we go to, if Koli is available. Okay, so the information period then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. Okay. Mahalo commissioners for staying
Thank you.
awake with me.
Hello.
Okay, the next item, G1, declare a finding of no significant impact or FONSI for the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center's Elepaio Food Campus Master Plan. Lily, Makaila?
Aloha, Commissioners. Aloha. I will wait for the presentation. Correct.
G as in gold.
Oh, should be in the presentation folder. I can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, well, it's a long one, so get started.
Okay, so this is an action item today. We're before the commission asking that you declare a finding of no significant impact or a FONSI for the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, Elepaio Food Campus. This is for an existing land disposition in Waianae on Oahu. We're bringing this today, even though it's on Maui Island, at the request of our applicant. They're hoping to expedite completion of the environmental assessment. This proposed project is for several components on their lot. It's for a food warehouse. The food warehouse is meant to host Hawaii Food Bank. It's also for growing fields, some agricultural area, also for some administrative office space, multi-purpose building, Hawaiian Cultural Center, teaching kitchen, and dining area. So a draft of this, correct. So today, sorry, I'll wait till that slide pops up. Almost there. Oh, that's exciting.
Somebody else.
Somebody else is showing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe no, thank you.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm removing his permission. 1 second.
Thank you, Leah.
And we'll talk to him after.
Okay, yep. So we're here before the commission because the Hawaiian Homes Commission is the accepting agency for Chapter 343. My kuleana as a staff with the planning office was to oversee the preparation of this document. And the kuleana of the commissioners is to review and question the quality of the document. And as staff, we invite your questions, critiques, or concerns. Next slide. For the project site, again, located on existing TMK parcels, DHHL land out in Waianae. This document was prepared to comply with HRS Chapter 343 as well as Kapa'akai Framework Analysis. Today we're doing, or the previous briefing was done to the Hawaiian Homes Commission in June of this year for the draft environmental assessment. That environmental assessment was published in the June 8th, 2025 issue of the environmental notice with a 30-day comment period that followed. And we're here today with the revised final version of the EA. If the commission issues a FONSI today, then it would be published in the next available issue of the environmental notice. Next slide. There are 13 HEPA or Hawaii Environmental Policy Act significance criteria. They are listed here. Included in the packet is the full document as well as analysis of the document in the submittal. Next slide. Next steps. So there were no significant mitigation measures needed for this project. And so we don't have any special conditions that we're recommending with this. Next steps would be bringing this before you folks for acceptance or approval, publishing of the final EA in the next issue of the environmental notice. It's environmental notice is every month on the 8th and the 23rd of each month. And then at that point, there's usually a legal challenge period that follows. They do need to complete compliance with HRS Chapter 6E, which is ongoing. They're working with the planning office staff right now. And once they do that, they can proceed with their proposed action. Next slide. So here's today's recommended motion action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment included here for the Elepaio Food Campus. Mahalo. If there's questions.
Okay, we do have a public testifier in Manaole.
Unmute. All right. Okay. Video. Can I get the video?
Okay, coming. Okay, try.
Okay. All right. It's all for real, but I'm not gonna see. Okay. Hey. Hey. All right, everybody. How's it going? Woo! The reason why I'm really excited about this one is because I was at the Kupuna Council when the guy from Elepaio came out, and I gotta tell you, bro, on the west side, things is really happening and cooking over here. And Elepaio is a major part of our community. The presentation that they did that day just didn't blow my socks away. And I gotta tell you though, but we really all should be supportive of these guys because what they're doing is they provide.
Oh. That's him.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, he is passing 5 point. He's getting too excited.
We know it's favor of it. Anybody else? Okay. Why don't we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, discussions by any of the commissioners.
So just have one quick,
Commissioner Kaneakua.
very comprehensive look at this. I know a lot of work went into that. I just want to point out that when you were talking about legal challenge, we have a 30-day period for that.
Correct.
Who would most likely be able to take advantage of that? Community?
Yes, absolutely. So anyone at that point is able to issue a legal challenge, and it would be challenging this determination. And yeah, typically for an environmental assessment, it's a 30-day legal challenge period following the publishing of the final EA, which again, that hasn't happened yet because a determination would need to be made first.
Yes, it's very thorough, a lot of public benefit for our people out windward or leeward side of the island. And so thanks very much for all the work that went into that. Thank you, Lynn.
Wow.
Okay. So, you want to say something?
I think I'd agree with Demont and the work that is happening at Elepaio. I mean, it doesn't stay at the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, right? They go out into community, they go out into schools. And so the impact that they're making in community is huge. And so for me, this is the best next step, I think, so that they can move their work to make it grander than what they're already doing. So mahalo nui for your work.
Yeah, mahalo.
Any other comment? Yeah, I'd have to echo all those favorable comments. This has been put together and in the process for a long time. And I got to say that when I come, which has been a real major mover and shaker in the community, especially in the health area. This is kind of related in the food distribution and collection and growth, and they are working with a lot of different organizations. I would say that this is a really great project they're looking at, and this is just one of many steps that they're having to go through. Okay, any other discussions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, next.
Mahalo to John Grigo and Gerald Park for all of their hard work.
Okay, the next item, G2, adopt the final Maku'u Regional Plan, update 2025. Lily?
Aloha Commissioners, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Here today with item G2. If you recall, last month's meeting, I brought a draft of the Maku'u Regional Plan to you folks for info only. This month's submittal should have a full draft of the final document, including all of the various components. Sorry, I do have a few slides, mahalo. So the Maku'u Regional Plan is an update of the existing plan. Next slide. We began the process. This is, very much the most accelerated regional plan update process that we've done. In the past, regional plans have taken about 12 months. This one, we're right about 5 months. The reason for that is so that we could bring this final document to this commission ahead of the open of this year's grant cycle. So Maku'u folks have big plans and they're hopeful that they can apply to this year's grant cycle. And that's why we're bringing it here, even though we're off island. So the very first touch with the community started in June with their leadership. We cranked out 4 beneficiary consultation meetings, priority project voting period, draft comment period on the draft document, brought the draft document to you folks last month, and here we are with the final product. Next step. For our outreach, we had a project website for this, postcard mailings for this. We focused on Maku'u lessees. So our existing lessees, 151 recipients in the Maku'u area. We had email announcements and reminders. Mahalo to Maku'u Farmers Hawaiian Homestead Association, who assisted us with notifying their membership throughout the process, as well as hosting all 4 of our beneficiary consultation meetings on site. The meeting series is listed up here. It has all of our attendees. Now it's smaller numbers, but it's a smaller community. And so I think it's reflective of the type of participation that you can expect from one of our smaller rural communities, especially since Maku'u does not have residential homesteading. Yeah, it's only agricultural, and therefore folks don't have to live in the homestead. We had a bunch of newer awardees, and they're still in the process of moving to Hawaii Island. And so that's this kind of summation of our participation. Next slide. The Maku'u folks, they identified their own community values: aloha ke kahi, aloha na'akua, nurturing ohana from keiki to kupuna through education, culture, and community, building community capacity and economic resilience, sustaining community through cultural practice and knowledge, honoring, caring for, and continuing the legacy of our kupuna, stewarding the ahupua'a, strengthening community through gathering space, and honoring and understanding Pele, both as a deity, a cultural pillar, and the actual physical representation of lava in the Puna area. Next slide. The vision that they chose, as established by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920, Maku'u strives to ho'opula and perpetuate Native Hawaiian values and traditions. We support our ohana to become self-sustaining by being grounded in ike kupuna and growing through educational and employment opportunities for future generations. Next slide. They selected these 5 priority projects. The number 1 was homestead safety and security. That has to do with, concern for outsiders entering their homestead area, illegal activities that take place in that area, a lack of folks kind of moving or occupying their lots and how that can sometimes invite illegal activity or other types of criminal activity. And then also the fact that a portion of this area was previously used as a military target area and just the challenges that come with that. The next priority project is their Halau initiative. That's a community center that would be a built space on their existing land disposition. Number 3, support for agricultural use and infrastructure. It is an agricultural homestead. It's a mix of subsistence ag lots, averaging 2 acres, and larger farm lots that are about 5 acres in size. You know, they do have big dreams about the amount of people that they can feed in their area, but some significant improvements for agricultural infrastructure would be needed to better support them. The 4th one, alternative financing program for Lava Zone 2 and Kupuna housing. So this is kind of 2 projects that got combined into one. The alternative financing program is being asked because, as we know, a lot of our homesteaders access funding through our NAHASDA program. NAHASDA does limit the use of their funds for certain types of housing, depending on the hazards or risks in the area. Now, the line of Lava Zone 2 is an ever-moving, ever-changing line. And so one challenge is that some folks now find themselves within the Lava Zone 2 zone, or Lava Zone 2, even though previously they would have been in Lava Zone 3. And as that continues to move and change, as Pele continues to move and change the AINA, we may want to look at having another alternative financing program, since they cannot access NAHASDA. For folks who would traditionally be able to access NAHASDA based on their income, if they're excluded because of Lava Zone 2, would it be possible for us to create a funding program specific for them utilizing trust funds that would not have the same constraints that our funding through NAHASDA has? The second component also has to do with housing and encouraging the ability to have dwellings in these agricultural and farm lots. There was a project that had been pitched previously through Luna Lilo Homes for Kupuna housing development on one of the 5-acre lots. Folks in Maku'u are exceptionally supportive of that. If that were to kind of come to fruition in the future or be an opportunity, they would greatly appreciate that. And finally, water system governance, infrastructure, and community benefits. We have a pretty unique water landscape politically and socially in that particular area. It's hard to summarize, so I'll leave it to folks to do a deep dive in the priority project profile. But I think the key takeaway is that beneficiaries in the Maku'u area are exceptionally knowledgeable and passionate about water in that area, and they have some very strong opinions about how water should and should not be utilized. And they would love the opportunity to be included in those decision makings in the future. Mahalo. Next slide. Final step. So we brought the draft to you folks last month. Our comment period ended with very minimal comments at the end of last month, and we're here today to ask you folks to adopt the final plan. Mahalo.
Okay, could we get a motion and we can have a discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion by commissioners?
Just to have a comment, Chair.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Lily, you know, we've all gotten a chance to watch you get shoulder deep in our communities when we work on these plans, the regional plans. And this is it's a very well put together plan. It reflects a tremendous amount of work that I think most people don't really see. So months You do a lot of refereeing, you do a lot of consensus, but the important part is that you delve very deeply with our beneficiaries to make sure that they express what's most important to them in these regions. So thank you very much for all the hard work. This thick document represents an awful lot more labor on your part and suffering in many cases on behalf of our beneficiaries. So mahalo nui.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Any other comments or?
Yeah,
questions?
I do, Chair.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, I want to echo along the lines of what Commissioner Kaneko shared to Lily and the entire planning department folks. Really excellent work, and I really appreciate all the efforts and working with the Mako'o Association. So I want to say thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Any other comments? We do have a testifier, Patrick Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to echo the fact of the Mutual Admiration Society for the young lady in the planning department and her work that she does with all the communities, especially here on East Hawaii, on this side of the island. And I would want to be sure that and have this commission understand that we totally unequivocally support as the entity, as an advocate that I now advocate for, and that's the Kumikio Kupuno Ainoho Pulapula, is in strong support of passage of this thing for Moko. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment? Yeah, Lily, I have to also agree with all the things that have been said. You know, I've seen you in action and I've seen your team. You got a great team and kind of cracking the whip and getting them moving, and you know, a lot of good things are coming out of your division. So I guess we do owe you a raise.
No take back seats.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, G3, accept the beneficiary consultation report for the Waihuli Water Agreement. Lily?
Aloha again, Commissioners. Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here today with Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer, our consultant on water policy, as well as Cherie Noel Ka'anana. She is our water program specialist. Go ahead, Cherie.
Hello, Michael. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you. Presenting the beneficiary consultation report for the proposed Waihuli Water Agreement for your acceptance. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief overview of the presentation and what we'll be going over. So the recommended motion or action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves a motion to either accept this beneficiary consultation report as complete or defer the acceptance of the report at this time. Next slide, please.
And folks, that's a bit of an alternative recommended motion action. I'll be explaining about that a little later in the presentation.
So some brief background on the Waihuli Wills proposal and the draft agreement. A quick correction, it's agenda item E4 now. Apparently it's going to be combined into that for information only on the Waihuli Wills for more detail on the proposed project. So this was first brought to the commission and it was initially deferred for action as follows: to approve the agreement, authorization to proceed with construction and dedication, recognition of water source credits, and delegation of authority to the chair. So that was all deferred, and instead we have done this beneficiary consultation. So the trigger for the beneficiary consultation was the proposed water agreement. So that triggers priority policy number 4 of the water policy plan that was approved by this commission in 2014. Policy number 4 states that we affirmatively communicate our decisions our reasoning and our performance in managing, stewarding, and using water before and after making major water decisions. So a request for the water agreement, which is in Exhibit B with DWS, constitutes a major water decision that requires beneficiary consultation. And that report needs to be brought before this commission for acceptance, that we have complied with our BC policy. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the project location. I'm just noting here that since the beneficiary consultation, there has been a shift in the site location. The proposed 3 well sites and section of the transmission main was initially sited on the Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunities Area, the We Do project, which is a general lease area. So these well sites and the transmission main were shifted further south to shorten the transmission line route and to avoid the We Do general lease area and any planned development by Waiahuli Hawaiian Homesteads Association. And then access to the alternative well site will be through the existing dirt road through Keanuhea Street. Next slide, please. Thank you. So quickly going over the beneficiary consultation process, we held a meeting on August 22nd of this year at the Waiahuli Center, 21st. Thank you, Jonathan. It was an in-person meeting. About 5,000 postcards were mailed to beneficiaries in Central, Upcountry, and South Maui. For the presentation, you can refer to Exhibit D. And then posted here is the project website that houses all of the meeting materials for the BC. And then following that was a 30-day comment period. So that was from August 21st to September 20th. Comments were accepted via Google Form, email, or telephone. And then as a last step to that is this report. So the Hawaiian, so Hawaiian Homes Commission action is needed to complete the beneficiary consultation process. Next slide, please. So this is a brief overview of the participation. At the meeting, we had about 62 participants that signed in. Of those 62, 50 self-identified as a beneficiary or part of the beneficiary organization. And then during the 30-day comment period that followed, we had about 33 participants. And then of those 33, 32 of them self-identified as a beneficiary or a beneficiary organization. Next slide, please. So a vast majority of the comments received during this beneficiary consultation process expressed significant opposition in the proposed Waiahuli water agreement for various reasons. And most beneficiaries asked for the agreement to be deferred, revised, or completely restarted. So the following will summarize some of the major comments that came up. You can read that further in Exhibit E and F, and we've organized them into the following broad categories. So first, there were concerns with substance of the proposed water agreement. First is adverse impacts to water rights. So the draft language beneficiaries said lacks critical information about water availability in the project location, potential impacts on other plans for groundwater well development that would be sited nearby, and there's no enforcement mechanisms or no teeth that protects the trust and beneficiary water rights. Beneficiaries asked, how do we know that the counting capacity is what the counting capacity is on their systems? And how do we know that this water will only be used to serve DHHL? Beneficiaries also asked that the language should better ensure that the maximum capacity of water from the wells is for DHHL and its beneficiaries. So this goes into DHHL should not have to beg for water. They also said DHHL should maintain ownership rights for water infrastructure and the water source. The county doesn't have a great track record for serving beneficiaries of this trust. And then lastly, on that topic, concerns for environmental and cultural impacts. There's a lot of doubt regarding the reliability and capacity of the aquifer due to climate change causing increased drought conditions, the very simplistic method used to calculate sustainable yield. Sustainable yield is the max amount we can pump out of an aquifer before there's detrimental impacts. and then historic issues with wells dug by plantations producing brackish water along the coastline. A lot of concerns were expressed that the water agreement obligates DHHL without knowledge of these potential adverse impacts to the environment, Native Hawaiian rights, and traditional customary practices. And so the second broad category is the loss of beneficiary trust. So the water agreement was negotiated and agendized without compliance to beneficiary consultation policy. So that's why we're doing this report now. And beneficiaries also had a lot of concern that the water agreement was agendized to be brought before this commission at its regular meeting on Kauai Island, creating a substantial barrier to beneficiaries' ability to participate in the discussion ahead of decision making. Oh, you can go back, Michael, sorry, one more at the bottom. Or two more. So the next category is delayed dissemination of information. So a lot of beneficiaries said that they felt very rushed and like the consultation was hastily prepared. And there's a lot of frustration that the draft of the proposed water agreement and the exhibits were posted with less than 24 hours prior to the beneficiary consultation meeting. And then the last broad category at the bottom that beneficiaries noted is insufficient staff responses to questions. So beneficiaries have commented that they felt staff could not provide substantive responses to some of the major beneficiaries' concerns, such as current capacity on the County Department of Water Supply systems, plans for meeting the water needs for existing demand in the Kula and Upcountry region, and potential impacts on water source development, etc. Next slide, please. A few more of the broad categories. So there was inconsistency with existing plans. So for example, the existing Makawao Pukalani Kula plan indicates that water sourced in these areas is not to be piped to other regions for consumption without meeting all water needs in the region first. So this water agreement is inconsistent with this priority in the plan. The second category, potential to cause division between lessees and applicants. The proposed water agreement also conflicts with the We Do project previously approved where the FEA was previously approved by this commission in January of this year. Additionally, the prioritization of securing water for new land acquisitions in lieu of water needs for existing lessees and plants in the area creates a lot of tension between existing lessees and applicants, including the lessees with undivided interests in Ke'okea and Waiahuli. Beneficiaries also noted concern about sufficient notification for this consultation. So multiple comments were received from beneficiaries that they did not receive a postcard mailing notice of this meeting. And homestead associations also indicated that they expected formal notice of this meeting. And then lastly, there are many requests to pause and restart the process with more beneficiary inclusion. As I previously stated, a vast majority of these comments that were received during this consultation process have expressed significant opposition to the proposed agreement for various reasons. And they have asked that it either be deferred, revised, or completely restarted. Next slide, please. And then lastly, this is a sort of like a summary of what beneficiaries stated a proper beneficiary consultation would look like. So that would include broad and timely notification, maps and materials available well beforehand, answers to fundamental questions about this project, and then a formal notice that includes homestead associations. So that's a summary of the comments that we've received during this period, and I'm going to hand it off to Lily.
So I wanted to talk about some of the recommendations. We got significant engagement in this beneficiary consultation. We got a lot of kind of areas for improvement that were identified. I wanted to speak first about the item, and then second, later on, there's a few things specific to the process that folks really had an issue with. So I want to talk about that as well. So first recommendation, I think as a product, should we proceed along this pathway. I think folks are asking for clearer language regarding due diligence, and if there would be an opportunity to include some type of mechanism or option to void proceeding, should there be significant impacts that are found during due diligence. Because of the structure of this water agreement, it's meant to give us access to advanced water credits, which are critical for the development of our planned homesteads. I think trying to find some type of compromise, even though the water agreement does state that we do have to comply with due diligence, perhaps something along those lines, an option for void that can be negotiated into the water agreement might help ease some of the concern from our beneficiaries. The second one up there has to do with, I guess, this frustration that the primary areas that would be served, at least initially from this water source development, are outside of upcountry. They're outside of the cooler region. And how can we kind of take a look at that and see how we can ensure that either now or in the future, a portion or all of the water is able to be utilized in that area. Now, it makes a lot of sense that we have limitations on our water source development. Unfortunately, we're not able to just develop wherever we need it. And so there's a lot of complexity and a lot of challenges there. I think one potential way that we can be responsive to beneficiary concerns is to really do a little bit more on the opportunities for water sources in other areas. And for instance, if we were to proceed with this, even if initially it supported the homesteads that are identified in central and other locations, so outside of Kula, if there were some assurances that in the long term, the department would be looking at building other water sources or finding other water sources or creating other water agreements so that long term, the water is not always removed from upcountry and transmitted elsewhere. I think that was a very major concern that folks were discussing. There are a lot of different options and solutions to that. This is just one that kind of brings up the general sentiment. Next slide. So there were also some questions, right, about water source development. I touched on it already with the previous point. So if the department were able to kind of look at funding and or prioritizing efforts for future water source development that support the homesteads that are outside of the Kula and upcountry area, so that, maybe now this is the most available resource. But if we were to seriously prioritize and fund in the future, looking at kind of building out those other options, that might be more acceptable to our beneficiaries. Not to all of them, I do want to be mindful. Some folks are flat out not in support. So I'm just trying to speak to kind of the middle of this conversation. The last major recommendation we had was there are some concerns about the dedication and agreement with County DWS. As Shri mentioned, there were a lot of really strong opinions feeling that County DWS is not in support of our beneficiaries and has kind of a bad track record. I can't speak to that in particular, but that's the sentiment that was expressed. And so folks had some issues with this idea of long-term dedication of the water system and infrastructure to the county. And this is not a unique concern. We're also experiencing this in West Hawaii, in the Kona area. That came up in our beneficiary consultation as well. Some of the options that folks suggested were creating a term limit, whether it be 35 years or 55 years or 65 years, finding a term limit that still allows an option for in the future. Perhaps the department might be in a different position where we would consider doing full operation and maintenance of our water system, and or our beneficiaries having entities that have built enough capacity that they themselves could be water operators. So building in that term limit just ensures that we're not closing the door on those future opportunities. Next slide. Wanted to talk about, so these two items are not just specific to the content of this discussion, but it's things that I think are really important to us in the planning office to be clear about. So we've been receiving more and more comments from our beneficiaries that the way that we are notifying them through the postcard mailings is not working in the way that it should for everyone. For, I would say, a majority, it very much is working. But we really need to look at, one, some investigation as to how come our postcards are not making it to the beneficiaries, and also looking at what can we do differently? I'm hopeful that with modernization, with Salesforce, we can make a place for our beneficiaries to, including our applicants on the wait list, to kind of engage with the department more. Perhaps there can be, some easier ways that they can share an email address. So it's not only coming through a postcard mailing, but is also coming through an electronic notification, and also just creating an opportunity that's a little bit easier than coming in person to the district offices for our beneficiaries to update their mailing address and contact info. Also wanted to acknowledge, we did get some pretty harsh comments about our outreach and engagement process specific to this consultation. And, we are taking that seriously. In the past, when we would do notifications for a beneficiary consultation meeting, we didn't do formal notifications to all of the associations or beneficiary organizations because we were relying on the postcard mailing, which actually goes to all of our individual beneficiaries, which in turn typically would include all of our associations as well. I think in light of the concerns about the efficacy of our postcard mailings, we can now include formal notification to all the homestead associations in the process as a way of improving our outreach and engagement. That's something planning office will take on kind of moving forward. So, next slide. So our recommended motion action, Commissioner Kalepa is not able to be with us here today. He was able to attend the beneficiary consultation. Because this is kind of a big item, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't pushing anything in any particular agenda. So I think we also wanted to make it clear that if you find that our beneficiary consultation report or the efforts that we've done so far do not fulfill the beneficiary consultation policy of 2009 that was previously accepted by this commission, that we are understanding of that, and that the planning office would need to take more efforts to better fulfill that. So that was why we gave an either or option in the recommended motion option. Apologies for the kind of added confusion of that, but we just really wanted to come at this with, open minds and willing to kind of receive comments and input on the consultation report. The staff that attended and prepared this report, we are in the minority, right, of those who participated in the consultation process. So we also wanted to leave it open. My assumption is that there have been a lot of written testimonies, and there may be folks who want to testify. So we didn't want to kind of close the door at that point. We wanted to leave it open for input. That's all. Mahalo.
Okay. Let's see. Why don't we, I think I'd like to take the public testimony first before we make a motion. Because I do want to hear from the beneficiaries and see what their thoughts are. So the first up is Dick Mayor. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Do you have a copy of my testimony? I gave it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Sorry.
Let me briefly introduce myself. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak today. Very briefly, I've been a 57-year resident of upcountry Maui. I was a former planning commissioner. I taught economics at the community college for many years, retired. And I was very much involved in the upcountry community plan that was already mentioned. I was the vice chair of that, and along with the chair, who was Elmer Cavallo, the former mayor of Maui County. And together we put together a number of recommendations on what should be happening at the Waiahuli Hawaiian homelands. When we put together the plan, there was no project going on there, but we knew that it was being planned, and we designed the upcountry plan to facilitate and help establish a community there. There was no water that even went out to that site, and we recommended that water lines put in, and they subsequently were, and et cetera. So let me go through the testimony that I have written up. Why isn't all water from these wells being 100% utilized to supply the considerable needs of the Waiahuli Hawaiian homeland's present and future residents and farmers? The map there indicates that the water will be going downhill from the site to Kihei and then into the Department of Water Supply system. That's the plan. The map indicates the water that the 3 proposed HHL wells will be sent downhill to provide to Central and South Maui. Even though the word upcountry is mentioned multiple times in the agreement, no water is being provided to the Waiahuli HHL and or the upcountry district. None of the water will be used for the benefit of the present and future homesteaders in the Waiahuli HHL community, despite the fact that there is a great need for additional water to be made available by Hawaii homelands, many housing requests, and also for the agriculture and farming operations. The Upcountry Community Plan, which I just spoke about a few minutes ago, has many important provisions that affect the legal basis of this proposed agreement concerning the development and dedication of Waiahuli wells. And I'm reading from the Upcountry Community Plan on page 36, provision 1. It states, prioritize the allocation of water as new resources and system improvements become available to follow for maintenance and expansion of diversified agricultural pursuits and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands projects. And then, only then, after that, those are taken care of, for the other uses, including development of new housing, commercial, and public, quasi-public uses. In other words, Hawaiian Homelands should have a high priority. And B, the proposed wells are in the legally binding Upcountry Community Plan District, which has a strong provision restricting the export of water from the district to other districts. And it says there on page 36, provision 4, restrict the use of any water developed within or imported to the upcountry region to consumption within the upcountry region, with the exception provided for agricultural use. The rationale for this provision is upcountry Maui's longstanding water shortage and constant drought conditions. And so we want to make sure that any water that was there would remain in the district. This makes it very clear that the water developed in the Upcountry Community Plan District, as from these proposed wells, shall not be exported out of the district except for agricultural use. Waiahuli HHL lies within the Makawao Pukalani Kula Community Plan District and is governed by this community plan that I've just talked about. Please keep in mind that the county's Department of Water Supply is required by Maui County Code 2.80B030 to follow the community plan. The Maui County Department of Water Supply must comply with the Upcountry Community Plan. It would not be able to take over this well and distribution system because it would violate the county's general plan. All agencies must follow the community plan.
Can you summarize, please? We got quite a few testifiers.
Right, but just let me finish this paragraph. The Waiahuli HHL has a great need for all the water pumped on its property. There's a need to supply water for future residences and for the farmers. Please do not threaten the future development of the Waiahuli HHL area by taking water from this land. This approach is reinforced by the Upcountry Community Plan section on Hawaiian homelands with excellent provisions for this project. Hawaiian homelands can help implement that plan by supporting the wells solely for Waiahuli. And last paragraph, there is one other consideration that has arisen since the community plan was adopted. We are now acutely aware of the danger of wildfires. There have been 3 of them in that upcountry area. And that is a further justification to not export Waiahuli water. The community needs a potent firefighting capacity. Mahalo, Commissioners, for giving me this opportunity to testify. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, the next testifier, Blossom Fatera.
Once again, good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chair, mahalo for the opportunity to testify on item G3 and ask for a deferral of this item. I had an opportunity to participate in the consultation process. And the reason why I'm asking for a deferral and a reset, with hopefully a more robust consultation process, is simply that we had too many questions that the staff was unable to answer to our satisfaction. There was major concerns about the water agreement and the fact that we didn't have sufficient time to thoroughly go through it. And then to our surprise, we find out that the department had already inked a contract with ATA, Austin Susumi and Associates, a dirt moving company, on June 30th, with beneficiary consultation on August 11th, and that was not brought forth. It was not disclosed to the community at the time. And so, you know, we always talk about our need and opportunity to trust each other. And it was very clear at the consultation that we felt that the trust we have in the department and in the commission was violated. And so we want to get another chance to have a sit down with the staff, which, by the way, I must state for the record that your staff in planning that conducted the BC was absolutely stellar. They compiled their submission to this commission is extremely accurate in their assessment. And the fact that they themselves are recommending a potential deferral so we can restart this conversation is absolutely commendable. And so to be able to have another opportunity to be able to get answers to the questions that we had, I would ask this commission to, one, defer this report and ask for another scheduled BC for Maui. Mahalo.
Thank you. The next testifier, Pat Kalaiola.
Again, Mr. Chair, echoing the voices of the past speaker, Blossom, I too, as an advocate for the Kumikio Kupuna Waino Opulupula, do ask and request of this commission to defer this item, and based upon many of the questionable ways the DHHL has moved forward with, especially finding out that this $2.4 million contract was awarded prior to that we had this discussion. I would also would be remiss if I did not mention, and for the sake of information, on a personal privilege to this commission and to you, Mr. Chair, whether or not these beneficiary consultations that sometimes move towards public hearings, that if these are held under Chapter 91 or Chapter 92 of the HRS, because it then gives me, as a participant, the opportunity to move forward with legal action if I disagree as a beneficiary on the actions of the department and then the commission as they make to deliberate this facts. And that was based upon in 1981 the Ahuna case here settled in on this island on Hawaiian homelands, having to do with the finding truly the language of fiduciary and statutory obligations of the Department of Hawaiian Homes as a body that has the managerial and dispositional powers of our lands based under the Admissions Act, but then the exclusive powers that you as commissioners all hold as with land use. So again, I would strongly support a motion to defer and also echo the fact that the excellent job of Liliana Makila and her office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Next testifier, Alohalani Smith.
All right, can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's saying my video is disabled, but I'll go ahead and speak up. But good afternoon, commissioners and chair. My name is Alohalani Smith, and I wanted to bring out that back in May, I attended the County of Maui DWS meeting. And my main concern when I attended that was the beneficiary consultation. So I didn't agree with also the county agreement for ownership rights to the county or a developer. And it had some verbiage that I was concerned with. Um, Another one was because it had a paragraph about Ahamoku, the Ahamoku Council. I served on the Ahamoku Council for 11 years. And when we met with Seaworm and Ava, we did not agree. We did not even come to have a discussion about this wealth. And the chair herself of DWS was with Ahamoku as well. So I brought that up that, we never did that. I don't know why they had that in the agreement. But then I also attended the August Waiahuli consultation, and I actually did see the state agreement, and I did not agree with that. There were some concerns there. But as I sat there watching the beneficiaries, everybody had concerns. They wanted more information. This was something just, slapped on us. And, we're asking all the questions. And our major concerns was, again, that the beneficiaries that were not present, they mentioned, oh, we have 9,000 plus beneficiaries, but, we really needed to have this consultation. So I want to bring out that the postcards is insufficient to me. And that's because the community should have personal meetings. Even if we cannot meet in person, we did the Zoom consultations before, and that was even good where we had people voicing their concerns. So I would say, maybe we can do it that way, but postcards to me is not going to do it. But in all, I do support to please defer for the 50% of the beneficiary consultation that did not even get a chance to really get the meat of it, see the maps, see the plans, get the information, and get their questions answered. So with that, I thank you for your time. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Kapua Kilikoa Kamai.
Aloha, mahalo for this
Aloha.
opportunity to share. I want to kaka'o the other speakers that have already shared and what was also shared in the beneficiary consultation summary report. Regarding water, us beneficiaries have grave concern that our waters we don't get our full amount of water, and that, we can't really manage the water supply folks. So we need the department to really advocate and to get in there and to ensure that the water comes to us the way it should be. So I also support what Jade Alohalani had just shared, that beneficiary consultation is for the beneficiaries to come out. So we need more time, we need more notification, even if it means, reaching out to the homesteads directly, personally, to reach out to their members, and to go out to those communities and do it by Zoom so that you do have more informed beneficiaries. I appreciate that we do have Lily that is, and her team doing a great job. And I thank Lehua and, can't think of your name, team, our Waianae planner. and for all of those that came before. But as time moves on, we need to be more informed so we can better advocate for what we feel should be in our community and to support the department in getting these benefits that are rightfully ours. And so I also want to kako doing another beneficiary consultation. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Demond Maneole.
Oh,
Oh, excuse me, Kalai Manole. Okay, next one, Randy, well, for Kalia Purdy.
No, not yet.
Randy.
Aloha Chair Watson and Commissioners. I start by saying at 73 years old, I have been a Native Hawaiian beneficiary as defined by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act my entire life. Today, I testify in that capacity. In reviewing item G3, I begin by expressing my, my aloha and mahalo to Lili Makaila and Sherry Ka'anana for providing an accurate summary of the sentiments expressed by our beneficiaries regarding the proposed water agreement with the Maui County Department of Water Supply. Item G3 states in part, and I quote, "During this beneficiary consultation, the vast majority expressed significant opposition to the proposed Waiahuli water agreement. Most beneficiaries asked for the agreement to be deferred, revised, or completely restarted. Item G3 offers deferral as an option for consideration. Because of strong beneficiary mana'o, that the consultation process is in itself flawed, I ask that item G3 be deferred until all information held by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands has been fully disclosed and made available to our beneficiaries to rectify a flawed consultation process. Additionally, on July 30th, 2025, 21 days prior to the August consultation meeting, the department authorized a procurement award of $2.48 million to Austin Tsutsumi and Associates for the initiation of water well development activities. This information was hidden and not disclosed to our beneficiaries or brought before the Commission for review, deliberation, and approval. Further note, an environmental assessment was not conducted as required by Chapter 343 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes. In addition, a kapa'akai assessment was not conducted as required by a recent Hawaii State Supreme Court decision in Kapa'akai Oka'aina versus the Land Use Commission. This should have occurred before the award was issued. I close with an additional quote, also taken from item G3. To address the loss of trust engendered in this process and to gain beneficiary support, DHHL could defer action on this proposal. While this would delay initial action, it may be faster than the consequences of significant opposition engendered so far. Again, I ask the commission to defer this matter. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier, Gracie Gomes.
I wasn't prepared for this. I have no notes to you guys, so I'm just gonna read what I have. So based on
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Gracie Gomes, Koinoa, Nohomayao, Pakokalo. I want to just continue my testimony to add to Commissioner Awos. So on behalf of the Board of Water Supplies Authority in managing water for Waiahuli, and beyond the highlight and how fragmented and unclear this system has become, our communities need a transparent, just, and sustainable approach to water management, one that prioritizes the health of our streams, the rights of our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, and the well-being of Maui residents. I urge this body to ensure that water decisions are made with integrity, pono, accountability, so that our water, our most precious resource, is protected for future generations. Mahalo.
Thank you. Janice Herrick.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Janice Herrick. I am a resident of Pakokalo Hawaiian Homes and a beneficiary. Excuse me. I'm just going to read a testimony that Gracie and I were both at the last Board of Water Supply meeting and testified. This is what I told them. I rise today to urge you not to move forward with this agreement for the Waiahuli wells without first securing the full and informed consent of the beneficiaries. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was created by Congress to rehabilitate our people by returning us to the land. That act is not just policy, it is federal law. I got a frog in my throat. And when Hawaii became a state, the Admissions Act incorporated the HHCA into our state constitution and bound the state to faithfully administer this trust. That obligation includes the water resources attached to our lands. The US Supreme Court made clear over a century ago in Winters v. United States, 1908, that when the federal government sets aside land for a reservation, it also reserves the water necessary to fulfill the purposes of that reservation. The court said that this power cannot be denied. That principle, the Winters Doctrine, applies here. Just as Indian reservations were guaranteed water to sustain their communities, Hawaiian homelands are entitled to the water needed to fulfill the rehabilitative purpose. Our water is not surplus. Our water is not a bargaining chip for private developers. It is a federally reserved resource held in trust and protected under the Hawaii Constitution, the Public Trust Doctrine, and the Admissions Act. Any attempt to dedicate these wells without ensuring exclusive priority for DHHL beneficiaries would violate these principles and betray the trust. This administration must remember its kuleana. You are not here to make things easier for non-for-profit developers like Honoa'ula. You're here to protect Native Hawaiians, our rights, and our future. To sign this agreement without our approval is to forget who you serve. I implore you, do not sign away our water without the consent of the beneficiaries. Kupa, stand firm in your duty. Uphold the Winters Doctrine, the Admissions Act, and the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And most importantly, uphold your trust to the Lahui. Mahalo.
Thank you. Let's see. Demont Manole.
All right. Finally. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, you guys can hear me? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Finally, Jesus Christ. Hey, so, I lived on a Nanakuli homestead for 8.5 years. And I was there when they bumped the prices for the water from $100 a month to $300 a month. And when I asked the question, why are you guys charging $300 a month for water? I was told that, oh, we're not charging you guys for the water on Hawaiian homestead lands. We're charging you for the process of bringing the water to you. The Board of Water Supply, Department of Water Services or water supply, whatever, them guys have never been a friend to Native Hawaiians. We always got to keep begging these guys, and they keep coming up with schemes to take money out of our pocket for the water that we're supposed to get for free. And I just really upset that any consideration would be to give the water over to any other entity. Hey, this is Hawaiian waters. This is our lands. We should be in control. And in fact, how's about this? What about an educational program to get our people on the homestead to learn how to do the water system so we can run our own water system? We get enough talent out there that can do that. You know what I mean? So, but I believe that the deferring of this matter should be done. You need to defer this. You need to do real beneficiary consultation. But in the end result, we should be in control of our own water, and stop making these excuses. Oh, Hawaiian, stand down for the benefit of everybody else. We've been standing down for 100+ years, and all we got was screwed. Enough with that already. Thank you. Love you guys. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with this this social media stuff, but I've been getting bounced out and all that. But thank you guys. Aloha.
Okay. The next testifier, Leanna Singh.
Hello, Mai. Just trying to get it open. Okay. Aloha, mai kako. I come from Maui. I am zooming today because I have some other obligations. I am against them going forward to G3 due to the fact that there's so many things that are unheard of, and I know for a fact that the signing was already done. I am very, very upset with that. In regards to this, I want G3 to defer more information to be given and for you to all understand we are Kanaka. And for the person that just spoke before, I agree with him. Our water has gone up here on Maui, and it's ridiculous. My grandmother would spend the whole day in the yard, not having to worry about the high cost of water. Why should we? Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Sure. Okay. Perry Artitis.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, mahalo for letting me testify. I think we heard the voices of many factors and individuals in regards to this project. I don't need to elaborate anything that was said. I've lived in Kula, Kilkea all my life. Born in Kula Sanatorium. Was in one hospital. So I know, half not, I just was born in one sanatorium at that time. So to make it short, we need further discussions, that's all. And like I said, you heard many voices. And I've been a president for Waiahuli Homestead Association for 15 years. And we followed every program that was invented and proposed by the department to be where we are as Waiahuli Homestead. We didn't go off the map. We persevered. And later on, maybe this evening at a community meeting, then you can really see how far we went. And I appreciate the guidance from the department. I guess it's just that, in conclusion, we just gotta defer it for now and get back to the drawing board. Mom.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Kainoa McDonald for Liko Wallace.
Aloha mai kako. Um, I believe Antilico is giving me her 3 minutes of time. Yeah, I just wanted to make clear. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, Kalamai. I wanted to make sure. Okay. I think iGirl has my presentation unless I can share screen.
Yeah, you can share.
Okay. All right, here we go. All right, can you see? My camera's not working. Okay. Kalamai. I'm trying to undo my camera. It's not working. Aloha mai kako to Hawaiian Homes Commissioners and to Chair Kali Watson. My name is Kainoale McDonald. I am Secretary and Director for the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands, or the ALL, which is the waitlist organization. I just wanted to really bring this up. I'm going to go through a quick slide deck that was presented to our board back in August, just to give them a framework of where our organization was going and really what was at stake on Maui. In this board meeting, I seeked approval from our board to move through the process in terms of this Waiahuli agreement, and then moving forward to the beneficiary consultation that happened on August 21st. So I presented these 5 action items, and I'm going to go through it. I'm just going to take everybody through a quick synopsis of where we started from. In May 15th, we realized that there was a call to action that was the approval. The department was seeking the approval of the agreement between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Maui County. That prompted a meeting on May 19th for us to defer that item. And in those asks, there was a rushed and inadequate process, very much a lot of questions on the water allocation, and really a threat to existing beneficiary projects like Waiahuli. That prompted a June 6th special meeting to the Department of Water Supply, which we were able to hear testimony from Mr. Dick Mayer. So mahalo, Dick Mayer. And he really gave us a rundown of what were the priorities for Hawaiian Homestead when it came to water. We also put out the kahea to other homestead associations in Keokea, as well in Paupena CDC, as their project kind of skirts in that 127 acre that is currently leased on short term. One of the things that we also brought up, but there's only 30 days for a new proposal area in August 20th to September 20th. And then we had numerous meetings with the DWS, just really raising our concern by the county on the development of this agreement in question. One of the legal and ethical breaches that we found was really having to do with beneficiary consultation. And it really was the failure by the department side to really have meaningful consultation. And in that, the discovery of court documents, Ahuna versus DHHO in 1981, Pele Defense Funds, Patty Kilkaha Panaeva. And these were starking law that was through that law that allowed for very intentional beneficiary consultation. And we feel that this was really a breach of fiduciary duty. Through that took us again for another round of beneficiary consultation, and the all had remained vigilant in submitting to both the county as well as showing up at the August 21st beneficiary consultation led at Waiahuli. And this was a kako effort. We do represent the voices of the 29,000 of us that are on the wait list that are really going to lose if a agenda item like this goes through. And then here we have the broken promise. In September, it was discovered through a procurement, going through just the procurement website, that on July 30th, Austin Tsutsumi and Associates was then awarded a $2.463 million contract using the Office of the Governors regarding the EP, or the Emergency Proclamation 13,
money became available or was taken out of the DHHL T915. And in further investigation, we could not find number one, approval by commission for this, as well as this was not brought forward to inform beneficiaries in the August 21st meeting. Sorry for the wrong date. And this is really something that gathered a lot of attention. So at this point in time, it took a lot of effort, a lot of sleepless nights to really get our beneficiaries educated on what really was at stake. And at this point, as the Association of Hawaiians of Homestead Lands, we asked to defer G3. Just wanted to thank the planning department for the excellent job. Jonathan Likekeshoyer, who did an excellent job really doing their part to educate beneficiaries on really what was available, what other water resources could be made available, instead of telling us that we don't have any more water and the water needs to come from Waiahuli. I don't think that was an option. And so wrapping up, this is the call to action that the department, we want to advocate. How can the department ask us to advocate at the ledge when our trust is broken? And so the all is seeking to take full demand of transparency, would like to work with this administration and the commission to be able to at least see the 29,000 of us still waiting on the wait list. The last thing, mahalo nui for allowing me to speak and allowing our other beneficiaries, Auntie Liko and Kilia, for providing their 3 minutes of time to help us really deliver this opportunity to speak our truth. So I ask that you defer G3 and seeking that our Maui commissioner is not here today. I think this is even more the opportunity to put a stay on this and defer. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. I think after listening to all this testimony, it's clear that there's a desire for more beneficial consultation. And so, while this is just accepting the fact that we did do a consultation report or to accept the report, I think I'd have to agree with the speakers that let's do a little bit more consultation so we can get a fuller picture, not only regarding this area, but also how it's going to impact some of the other areas. I think that's important too. So I think for this commission to make an informed decision, the commission needs to hear all sides. And so I'm going to suggest that we defer this, we continue the consultation. And again, let me just emphasize, this is not being proposed that we enter into an agreement with the Department of Water Supply. Just the fact that we did do a consultation, but there appears to be a strong demand among our beneficiary base to continue the consultation. So I would suggest to this commission that we do so. Any objections?
I just have a remark, Chair, if that's all right. We will not find better advocates, champions, crusaders, people who get into the gunfights on behalf of our beneficiaries for water than you, Cherie, and Dr. John and Lily, because you work tirelessly when a lot of us are doing other things. Your report made sure that you recommended that the commission action be done here, not somewhere else. It had to be done on Maui so that we could hear from the people. And Chair, I'm grateful that you allowed our beneficiaries to speak their minds before anything else. I think those voices need to be heard. We often talk about the marginal lands that we have been provided. And when we find that we have an opportunity to put 3 wells on our own lands, it comes to reason that we've been sharing too much of our water with other people, and that water that comes from our land should be primarily focused on people of the region. And certainly we should get water credits if anybody else shares in that. Because Archie Kalepa's not here, we don't even speculate what Commissioner Kalipa would be saying, but we could probably guess. I think it's really important because I keep hearing broken trust in the commission, et cetera, and the department, and we're violating the trust. I would point out that the recommendation is accept or defer with tremendous advocacy to defer, although it's not up to the staff and the departments to recommend the deferral. There's no question in my mind when I read this, the information that's put forward by our best people, by the people who know water on Maui specifically, and who understand how vital the VI is that we can proceed. We've got tremendous plans that we put forward to make sure that we get Maui people on homestead land, ag lots, residential, subsistence, et cetera. And without the water, we're lost. We're put behind by so many years. And so I understand why Cherie and Dr. John and Lily are saying accept or defer. And I've never seen a proposal that says or defer before. And so thank you very much for the recommendations, for all the people that spoke on behalf of those that have not been able to be here or did not get postcards or whatnot. I appreciate the hearts and the spirit of our people. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Freitas?
Yeah, quick to echo the
You're on mute.
I agree.
You're on mute, I believe. Nope.
I'm good. You guys hear me? Okay.
Any other comments from the commission?
Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Lasua?
We're deferring it, fine. I have a question regarding these 3 wells. When I look at it, they look like they're in line. And if you dig 3 wells, are they pulling from the same aquifer? And if they are, then Hawaiian Homes is not going to get any water eventually. So I'm really concerned about that because we're facing the same thing on Molokai. And Maui's going to end up just like Molokai. You guys not going to get the water. So I suggest, people who handle the water look into it and give us an answer. I need to know for sure whether this is going to be a detriment to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And I'm talking about the beneficiaries, where they're going to get their water eventually. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Oh, Makai? You want to try again? Okay, any other comments? Okay, so we're going to defer that. And then we're going to go into executive session. The commission will convene in executive session pursuant to section 92.5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the status of telecommunications on Hawaiian homelands regarding ALHI versus State of Hawaii, as well as update on the Richard Nelson et al. Versus Hawaiian Homes Commission. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, we're in executive session. Thank you. The commission reviewed and discussed its powers, duties, privileges, and immunities and liabilities related to status of the telecommunication on Hawaiian homelands, a discussion on LP et al. Versus State of Hawaii, civil number 1 CCV 25, and an update on the Richard Nelson et al. Versus Hawaiian Homes Commission. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see, we're gonna do C1 for information only status report of DHHL Enforcement Unit. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. David Hoke, Administrator for the Enforcement Unit. I know you had a long day, so I'm just gonna be as quick as possible. This is our monthly update from September 8th through October 12th. During this time, we received a total of 14 requests for investigations. This brings the total requests received in 2025 to 134. Number of reports that were submitted since the last submittal is 34, and the total number of reports submitted in the calendar year is 337. And again, in this time frame, we sent out 19 official correspondences to beneficiaries for various lease violations and matters. Also during this window, we worked with the Papakolea Homestead Association. They're trying to establish a neighborhood security watch program. In addition to them, they have a goal of trying to establish 4 other NSWs on Oahu, which again, we're very supportive of that. And then on the 23rd of September, we participated in a meeting with Waianae Valley and Maku'u Farmers Association, in which we're taking the next step to go install the license plate reader cameras in those associations. So again, another big step, and we're grateful for the support of Department of Law Enforcement with that. And then last, we did a town hall for State Rep Darius Kila on September 25th. Again, there's just a good opportunity to reach out and, give a little bit of background information on what our unit does, try and get some clarification out to the community, and then again, open up the lines of communication for those who have any concerns that they need to report. And yeah, that's it.
Any questions?
Chair, are there plans to do that kind of on every island?
The Neighborhood Security Watch Program?
I'm sorry, like a town hall meeting that either we can call or create opportunities, as we talk about communication. Has there ever been, it sounds like you piggybacked on this existing event. Are there opportunities that you've heard of or are aware of where you can do this kind of on all the islands?
Not that I've heard of, but we're more than open to do it. And usually it comes in a kind of a trickle effect. Sometimes we get one person who reaches out and we'll go meet with them. But if there's a town hall format or something more formal, we for sure will go, because I think getting out the clarification about what we do, making sure that they understand who to call during what situation is important. So if there's those opportunities, we're open.
Thank you, David.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Oh, there's D1.
Okay, next item, D1 for information only, HSD reports. Juan Garcia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, item D1 is for your information only, which includes Exhibit A, which is the lease and application totals, as well as the monthly loan delinquency activity report. And Exhibit C is the DHHL guarantee with Hawaii Community Lending for construction loans. I do want to point out that the report does not include a lease count report, and we're still working with our consultant with respect to modernization. We're still having issues with matching up the numbers in Apex or our old system into the new system, so we can't get accurate numbers for you. We're hoping to get that soon. But but we're still having issues. And likewise with the application side, we do have application numbers for you with respect to the number of applications statewide, but the system is unable to come up with a number of applicants representing the number of applications statewide. We do have, per the report, 47,325 applications as of end of September. However, we cannot provide you the number of applicants representing that number of applications. And again, our delinquency rate is still hovering above 25%. Staff is working diligently working with our delinquent accounts. I do want to report to you that Dean Oshiro, who was the loan services manager and who was heading the collection group of loan services branch, retired effective October 1st, 2025. So that's one more staff that is not working on collection. So we're working with the staff that we do have. We do have a mortgage loan specialist that we're trying to fill, as well as a collection specialist, which is also under recruitment.
Any questions, Commissioner?
Juan, how is Salesforce helping and hindering us? I mean, the
I
real
believe
no
it's
kidding.
helping. It's helping. However, it's that migration of information from the old system to the new. We want to make certain that everything is accurate. And we're doing both sides at this point with respect to the financials. And my understanding is that's been a difficult road, but we're making grounds in getting that done. When that will happen, I don't know, but we're making progress. One of the individuals in our fiscal office is a lot more positive with the direction we're going, but hopefully we'll be able to provide you with the totals with respect to, again, the lease count as well as the number of applicants that the department has. But we're making strides in that regard.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Commissioner Ornelas?
Aloha, Juan. Hey, so what is your overall guess on people who are delinquent, that maybe a percentage that you just can't reach because you don't have current information for?
Our delinquency ratio right now is about, like I said, a little over 25%. We do have cases that are in our 180-day status that we're still waiting for decision and orders to enforce what the commission's decision was on those cases. We'll be shortly meeting with a vendor to try and help us out with regards to those efforts of making connection with delinquent accounts, just because we need help. Right now, we just don't. I mean, we have 3 people taking on over 250 accounts statewide. And having additional responsibilities with regards to preparing cases so we can go before a hearings officer to take on possibly those adverse actions against those beneficiaries. And it's setting up those cases so that we, the department, has done our due diligence. Ultimately, it's going to come to you. So we want to make certain we're dotting our I's, crossing our T's when we get to that point, before we get to that point. But it's that face-to-face, high-touch situations with working with our beneficiaries, which can be challenging because staff is housed on Oahu, so it requires monthly travel to the neighbor islands.
So typically at 30 days, they'll get a letter in the mail.
That's correct.
Are those letters sent certified return receipt?
No, it's just US Postal Service.
And I would guess that many of the beneficiaries have PO boxes. Or
Yes.
some of them,
Some of
so
them
there's
have
no
PO
way.
boxes. I can't give you numbers, but we do have beneficiaries PO box as well as mailbox receptacles at their homestead address.
I'm not trying to belabor the point. I'm trying to understand the process of what is the difference in the department's response to someone being 30 days late, 60, 90, like how, if we send it in USPS with no certified return receipt, then we don't know that they even got it. So how would that differ from 60 days?
Yeah, so there's a strong effort to reach out to those, especially 30, 60, because those are the ones that are either coming on board as delinquents if they're 29 days and less. And staff has been doing their best to, again, either contact them by way of telephone, but the last resort is visiting those homesteaders at home. If phone calls are not returned, et cetera. But we do provide that extra effort so that 29 days do not become 30-day
30,
plus.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Juan.
When we say 25%, what is that number? Is it like 2,000, 4,000?
So we're looking at about 225
Okay,
out of roughly about 900.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things I do want to, we, on our loans or a division that covers not only the origination and issuance of new loans for our new construction situation, what we did was we split it up because we're going to have a lot of hands-on, especially now that our direct loans have opened up in the, I guess, interplay between our beneficiaries that are trying to figure out, well, how do I finance my new house? So by issuing the homestead leases, the project leases, it now opens up our direct loans that prior, if you're on the wait list, you couldn't qualify for that up front. So with that expansion, including the 184A, the 247, and these other loan products, it's as well as a number of project leases, but more importantly, the actual construction that's going on, there's a huge demand at our level. And so we're working not only in-house, but also with the lenders outside. And one of the things that we're doing is we're requiring some of the facilitators to actually have Salesforce so we can kind of communicate not only with our lenders, but more importantly, our beneficiaries, also with the developers. They're starting to use Salesforce. Our staff is starting to use it. And so that part is kind of covered. Now with the delinquencies, that's a different animal. And so my concern is that, there's, and I'm not sure if it's prevalent, but there is this attitude at a certain level that, wow, the department, they're not going to do nothing, so you don't even pay. And so that we got to kill immediately because, obviously we recycle the money that's paid in and when they pay their loans. So that means if they don't pay, then people on the beneficiary list that are trying to get a loan, they have less funds to play with. So what we did is we took half of our in-house workers and we've assigned them, especially those with more experience, dealing with the people that are delinquent. And so my focus has been using those individuals in-house to work with and try to address those that are the more severe delinquent over 180 days. Because those are the guys who really got to find out what's causing this. I mean, finance or, kind of work with them. The ones that are like 30 to 60 days delinquent, I think a letter in a lot of cases just kind of shake them up a little bit, has a little bit more of an impact. So those, especially because of our limited number of in-house DHHL workers, we're looking to outsource that and work with the Hawaii Community Lending and the Hawaii Community Assets, including other third-party consultants. Then also we're requiring them to use Salesforce. So there's template letters that can go out, get a response, and then we also can kind of track to see what has the impact, what kind of impact has that resulted in. And so we're trying to separate it, but we also want to make sure that we are a lot more effective, because we haven't been. I tell you right now, if you look at the amount of contested case hearings that have come before this commission, and a lot of them are really old. So that shows a lack of initiative in the collection. So we've also picked up some more hearings officers. So we're going to start getting active, not on the collection of delinquent loans, but also, like the abandoned cars you notice on that one. We're going to be doing more of that, where there's a lease violation. Enforcement is going to take the lead on sending out the letters as well as setting up the contested case hearings. So administratively, there's a lot of different things going on, but this is a kind of a big problem. 25% doesn't seem like, but it is. That's a lot of delinquency. So we need to address that.
Chair, I thank you for those comments, because that's kind of where I was going with it. Is like Salesforce is a really, really powerful tool where you can set it up and tag it so that we do this all the time in real estate, right? We call them campaign drips. In this case, it would be called something different. But the second they go to 30 days, they're receiving something already. And I personally would like to understand, 16.9% of the 25.1 are over 180 days. And I think Chair is right, is like using the in-house staff to kind of work through those ohana issues, and that will really require human touch is so important. But out the gate, 30, Salesforce can help with that. So they don't turn into 60. And then I think having a clear-cut framework, and maybe I'm the only person in the room that doesn't know this, but what happens at 30 days, what happens at 60 and at 90, everyone should be really clear on that so that we can partner with them to get it right, and Salesforce can help with that. So it is setting up the template that's going to take the most time. But once everyone's migrated in and all due dates are loaded, and it is powerful.
Yeah.
So I'd love to know, not right now, but later, when the full integration happens, what does that plan look like and the infrastructure that you create for that?
Yeah,
to
thank you
tackle
for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll take this opportunity to remind the commission, there's going to be some hard cases that's going to come before you. And believe me, staff has worked with these beneficiaries. And there's going to be a point in time when you, as commissioners, will have to make that very difficult decision to cancel the lease. And I don't envy you. It's not an easy situation, but believe me that staff has worked with these certain individuals. And if they've breached your decision and order, there's a consequence for that neglect. And that consequence is a lot of times cancellation. So, I'll leave you with that. There's going to be some cases soon that you'll have to make that difficult decision.
I think you're right, Juan, that that is going to be a tough decision. But I think, that hands-on, face-to-face and trying to get an understanding of why they're so delinquent. And, there's a lot of cases that, it's just really unfortunate. Maybe the husband died and, they're all by themselves. And, so we can, with the Catholic Charities and that other program where we actually have access that we can use to funds to help some of these individuals. That has to get out there so we can maybe find and fashion a solution to that problem. But you're right, there are going to be times where we're going to have to, the malingers that just are playing the system and are really good at it, we're going to have to, maybe set examples.
Yeah.
So anyway, any other comments? If not, thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Juan.
Okay, the next E3 for information only, Act 279, update on DHHL's progress in implementing the act. Kalani Franda.
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. This is in preparation for an annual update that we usually provide the legislature on the progress and updates of Act 279. And I am waiting for, we're going to start off. This is something that we also shared with the State House leadership, and it allowed for us to be able to share not only from the data that we've gathered, but also from the voices of those that have benefited. Next slide, if you could press play on this. Yep.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that we have here on the island of Maui. We thank you for all of the families that have been blessed by this great opportunity to be connected with the Aina once again.
In the past 2 years, we've moved to 4 different zip codes. In 2 days, our new zip code, for the Lord's sake, will be forever 96793, and we feel so blessed about what's happening to us and what's going on with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands.
Pu'ahona carries a name that reminds us of steadfastness and perseverance. And that is exactly what our homesteaders have shown. Years of patience, hope, and determination. Today, that perseverance is rewarded with the keys to your new home.
The peace now that we have actually being in our home is absolutely overwhelming. And we're just so blessed, and thank you, Jesus, for this wonderful opportunity and for our new home. We're happy to be here.
Pu'uhona is more than homes. It's building a community. It's building a strong community. And it's helping us go back to our roots. Mahalo for your resilience. Mahalo for your patience. But welcome home. Welcome home, Auntie. Welcome home, Uncle.
I like being home. And it's so many years since I left. At nights I used to have memories of just coming home. And basically I was thinking about Kahului, where I was born.
At the end of the day, it's about people. It's putting people into homes, making them a part of the community, and making sure that it's for generations to come, right? For many of these families, they'll pass it on, and this will be the home base for many great events, many great milestones in their life. And that's what it's all about. It's making sure that we can make that happen for many beneficiaries.
We're blessed to work with these wonderful people, and they're dedicated. They want to solve the problem, and they want to get Hawaiians back on their land. And when we do these projects, it doesn't just help beneficiaries, but those beneficiaries and having these houses, that opens up other housing for non-Hawaiians. So these projects benefit the whole community, not just the beneficiaries.
The location is perfect. It's central to everything. My son is in a great school. He just started kindergarten. He's so happy to be in his new school. So we're very, very blessed and we're very fortunate to be here.
This blessing ceremony is not only about asking for guidance and protection over these houses, but also recognizing the kuleana that comes with homesteading. Together as a community, you will nurture this aina, uplift one another, and create a foundation for generations to come.
93 years young, she's been waiting 38 years for this opportunity, so welcome home. Today we have Director Cully Watson with the keys to your hale.
Very happy to partake in this celebration, but also for the work-wise, you can see, right? Auntie Helen came home. She's 93 years old, got to move back from the continent into her new home today, and she blessed us with allowing her to be on her property today, celebrating in this momentous occasion.
I just want to tell the people of Maui, I'm so happy to be home.
Just a small example of what is happening with our Act 279 monies and the 600 million. Next slide, please. And as we all know, there is an urgency of housing. We're facing a very large list. We have more than 90% that are over the age of 40, 50% over the age of 65. We're dealing with construction, labor issues, along with cost of materials, and a lot of them are waiting a long time. And that's why we are moving forward on different initiatives, different strategies. And I'll share that with you as we move forward in the presentation. Next slide, please. And you've heard it from one of the developers. What happens when Department of Hawaiian Homelands moves forward on our projects? We are able to open up the pressure of affordable housing now so that the state and counties can move forward on some of their needs and initiatives that they have. Next slide, please. So here's what I'm going to share with you today is where are we at? What's the summary of Act 279? What are some of the strategic targets that we can anticipate? It's something that Auntie Blossom had mentioned. What's the budget? Or what are we expecting for these different projects? And then what are some of the projections, opportunities that we can pursue to be able to meet and resolve the issues that we're dealing with? Next slide. We're going to go over in this particular category, summary of Act 279, as well as some strategic efforts that we are moving forward on. Next slide, please. Here's a very high-level snapshot of, you've heard before, back in 2022, strategic implementation plan was created. It was created with anticipation of providing LEDGE some type of map of how we can be able to spend and have the insight of what to do. It also allowed in there for certain adjustments to be made based upon issues that we may be dealing with, such as cost of materials, tariffs, etc. And also, can we be able to do more with less? And so back in 2024, there was a submittal that was submitted to the commission and it was approved. And what this did was it really increased what the department would like to do. And that was really to increase the project leases for all of these different lots that we had identified, 28 projects to be exact. And the last column shows what we are going to be, what we will complete by December 31, 2025. And so by end of this calendar year, roughly about 2,400 leases will be awarded, which means that we have a lot more to go in next year. I just want to highlight at the very bottom. So by December 31st, we will have encumbered all of the 600 million. And the question that continues to come up is, how much did you expend? So about 120 million as to date has been spent. And understand that, and you'll hear it later on, this is the process of infrastructure takes time. And so that's why you encumber it to be able to secure the contracts, and you expend it based upon the process. Next slide, please. Now, I'm not going to go into detail of these, but it's to provide you really some context and some details of each of the projects that may fall within your areas and impacting those beneficiaries that fall within your districts. For example, let's move to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. So if we look at Maui County, we have, I'm going to drop down to Waiahu Mauka Residential Subdivision, roughly about 55, sorry, it was supposed to be agriculture, 55 agriculture, and then 349 residential. We already went through and awarded, and you've approved the project leases, 55 of them. And then by the end of the year, we will have issued out another 349 specifically for residential. Now, these have already been encumbered, and now it's just a matter of going through the process and spending it. Next slide, please. What this provides is really a high level of what is it that, where are we at right now? Infrastructure, what's been encumbered? So I'll give you an example. We had talked about Waiahu Mauka. Roughly, we have about 80 million. That's been, well, we have roughly about 80, I believe, that we are looking at doing. And we spent some of it already, but haven't spent all of it. Our full budget is the blue amount, and the vertical development is what the developers come to the table with. And so what we've done is, with the infrastructure monies, it unlocks opportunities for additional monies to come to the table. Now, remember, the infrastructure monies that we provide, you can move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. As we move forward, it really requires us to encumber monies for the infrastructure. Now, for the vertical, we need our developers find the capital stack to be able to provide that for us. Roughly about $2 billion they bring to the table for all of our 28 projects. So the infrastructure, $600 million, just addresses infrastructure alone. It doesn't get our beneficiaries in a house. Next slide, please. This is Kauai. And then we also have scattered lots, which we have about 107 right now, and we have a lot more that we're working with HSD on be able to release and award those. I'll share with you some of the strategies that we're looking at doing with that. So when you go through these slides that have the details of each of the projects, note what was initially presented, some of the changes that was made in 2024. What is the status and meaning? Where is the project right now? And then when will the new project leases be issued out? So this is what's provided for you in each of these tables. Next slide, please. Next slide. I would go through each and every one of those projects, but it is about 40 slides. So I do want to just provide you information that you can reflect on. And if there are further questions, I'll open up an opportunity to be able to chat with you later. Strategic efforts. So the new approach has been, as you've been hearing, project leases. And from the project leases, we team up with different service providers. And the service providers are service providers like Helen Y, like Hawaii Community Assets, and others that help us be able to walk through and address where are our beneficiaries now? How can we prepare for development? You know, it's very different, and we're now at the beginning stages of this. We're at the tail end before of the previous approach, and that was we build, and then if they qualify, then they can be awarded a place. If not, we move on to the next person on the list. On this one, we are issuing out project leases. And then from there, we try to assess how are we going to develop. And part of the financial assessments does two things. It identifies where are our beneficiaries right now? How can we be able to prepare them for our home buying opportunities? If it requires financial literacy, we walk through with them and be able to provide that resource. And then we prepare them for purchasing a home. And what the assessments also provides for us is it provides the developers an opportunity to now shape their capital stack to be able to program the vertical development. How many of these will be turnkey? How many of these will be habitat? How many of these will be rent with option to purchase? So this really provides a very different approach for the developers. And this also allows for us to move very strategically on being able to address everybody on this wait list. Next slide, please. These are the different options that I had mentioned, creating different pathways of choice for our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. It's very key to really highlight this. We can't do this on our own. With just 600 million, we move the needle, but not enough. And so it really requires partnerships. As partnerships with other different agencies in the state level, we've been having discussions with sister agencies at the state level. Also, as it was brought up earlier, and as we know through the news, we don't want to put all of our eggs in the basket of hoping that we would get federal grants. But it doesn't stop us. It doesn't preclude us from not trying. So we continue, as opportunities come available, we continue to push forward on those. County GET, we say mahalo, mahalo, mahalo to the County of Maui. County of Maui has done something that other counties have not yet. And the county council has put together a GET set aside that would benefit Hawaiian homes. And what it has done for us so far is open up the doors for us to look at shared infrastructure, but also moving and being able to utilize some of that funding for Maui projects. Now, this includes not only island of Maui, but it includes the island of Lanai, island of Molokai. So really benefiting the entire county. So we mahalo the county council for having that boldness, and also the administration for assisting us to be able to move forward and get these monies to be released so it can benefit our Maui County projects. There's also tax credits, I'll go into that later, and private capital that provides funding, necessary funding that we need. We're exploring other opportunities that are out there that allows us to really move the needle tremendously. Next slide, please. Here's a very quick picture of federal grants that we've applied for in this past calendar year. In June, we went forth, put together a 2 million application for USDOT. Just last month, we put together about 5 million, 2.5 for Maui projects, 2.5 for East Kapolei Rural and Tribal Assistance Pilot Program. Fortunately for us, we're identified as one of those candidates and recipients of these type of funding. And we also pursued a $5 million for Molokai water. This is USDA funding that we are granted each year. And so we identified that this would be a great project for us to work on. Next slide, please. We also have different methods of and exploring. We have a team that's been going on and really identifying what are some of these options to be able to bring the costs down. Materials are expensive. The labor is expensive. There's different impediments that we have that we got to deal with. So exploring many different options that are out there to help also accelerate the process so we can be able to address the wait list today. Next slide, please. I'm not going to ask you to press play because that's a whole nother video, but no worries on that. I just wanted to identify that, yes, we have 7,000 leases that we will have issued out by end of calendar 2026. Developers bring roughly about 2 billion to the table for vertical financing, for vertical development. We have about 7,000 that we're going to work through, do assessments, financial literacy. And this, I just wanted to mention too, and the individual financing. We've been fortunate enough to be able to partner up with organizations like Hawaii Community Lending, of being able to walk through with our beneficiaries. So we have these opportunities out there where we issue out awards for vacant lots. And what we've done before was we issue it out, we give them a time frame of about a year, and we expect them to complete everything and get their first building permit done. It's a hard process. It's very onerous. How do you find the financing? How do you find the process to go through the permit process, find the contractor, et cetera? They don't realize how difficult it can be. So in this partnership, it allows for someone to walk through the process with them, be able to assess how much they can afford. What can they afford as far as financing? What can they build? Who's going to help them build this? All the way to the point where they actually occupy the place. And they've put together a $45 million revolving fund that would assist in this process. So each time the permanent loan, this mortgage is issued out for a house, this 45 million gets replenished. This 45 million that Hawaii Community Lending has been generated by partnerships that they've engaged with. So what a great benefit it is for beneficiaries and being able to do that. Leveraging Pilina too, the other is with counties. We have the County of Hawaii that has a desire to provide monies that can go towards renovations for our beneficiaries, go towards down payment assistance, et cetera. And Hawaii Community Lending is the agent that's going to provide and walk through and be able to be that recipient. So then our beneficiaries can benefit from Pilina like that. Next slide, please. Creating opportunities. Yes, we only have so much money. We're looking at monetizing affordable housing credits to acquire lands. We're working with the county monies by 2030, when the program of the Maui GET set aside is sunsets, we will have received an approximate amount of 90 million. Phenomenal Pilina that really builds and the benefits, and it benefits our beneficiaries. We are looking and having conversations with the counties. We've conversed with the city and county of Honolulu on an area on the windward side. We've conversed with Maui on some areas here. We've conversed with the island of Hawaii on some areas on the west side. So opportunities that are out there that would benefit our beneficiaries to provide and be able to address our wait list. We're also having conversations with various state agencies on lands that are preferably more suitable for the department to be able to deliver residential and agricultural and pastoral awards. Likewise with federal government on some exchange of federal lands. Next slide, please. Strategic target. Not going to go into full detail. Next slide, please. But I'll share with you kind of what this means. I shared with you about the innovative partnerships, both with the county, state entities, sharing infrastructure. One of the examples is having the conversation with the county of Maui for the island of Lanai. As you know, island of Lanai resources are rare and few. And so bringing projects to that island is so important. And so when the county is doing something right next to affordable housing project, right next to our phase 2 in Lanai, it made sense for us to be able to do a number of different things. look at shared infrastructure, share some of that, utilize the GET set aside for it, as well as be able to leverage the emergency proclamation and contract the development agreement with the same developer that they're using. Fortunately for us, the developer is someone that we know very well. We've worked with them in a number of different projects throughout the department. One specifically is in Laiopua with option to purchase. They recently did a project that was featured last Friday in the news in Lahaina, the first affordable housing rental in Lahaina with HHFDC land. So they're very well versed in this affordable housing space. Public and private partnerships, I shared with you some of those already. Next slide, please. So very high level. We have monies spread out throughout the different islands, throughout the different counties, and these monies are the 600 million. But it requires much more for us to be able to deliver and complete all of these 28 projects. You'll hear some of the administration talk about a phase 2, a next step up, and how much more will it require for us to be able to complete it in its entirety. Here's a picture of it, an example, and you can, it's provided for you to go through at a later time. The slides hereafter goes a little more into detail on each of the projects. Next slide, please. Spending by island. Next slide, please. Spending by the counties, and this identifies all of the different projects. Next slide, please. Maui County, next. Next. And next. So how can we get there? There's a lot to accomplish. There's a lot more funding that we need. One of the discussions that we've been having, next slide, please, is we were asked if we were to be provided a fixed stream of monies every year, what can we do with it? And so we made some projections. If we had a $25 million tranche each year, and we took it out to 10 years from now, what can we accomplish? It shows here in roughly about, if we had 25 million each year, we can be able to deliver by 2035, little shy of 5 million units and lots to be developed. Next on sorry, go back again. At the very end, if we had 100 million each year for 10 years, we can deliver something like this. Next slide. This breaks it up into the different counties of how much we can deliver, how many lots that we can deliver for each of these different money allocations, so to speak, tranches of monies. Next slide. Maui County has this broken up into the various projects. Next slide. City and County of Honolulu. Next slide. Kauai County. Next slide. This is just an example, once again, when we are provided monies, it goes towards infrastructure, but it unlocks a whole level of financing and funding for the vertical development. Next slide, please. Next slide. What does this do? This is my closing slide here. And that is the value of dedicated funding for advancing the department's goals is strategic planning and stability. It enables us for long-term project design and alignment with the mission. It provides us efficiency and cost savings, reduces the need for rush spending cycles that drive up costs. A lot of times you'll hear, hurry, hurry, wait, wait, hurry, hurry, wait, wait. And this provides us some level of efficiency of saying, okay, we know what to anticipate each year. We can project accordingly. capacity building. It provides the time and the resources to be able to strengthen the staffing that we need, resources that we need, systems in place, partnerships that we will build. Community impact supports the consistency of delivering the housing, the infrastructure and services for our beneficiaries. Resiliency and flexibility allows the department to adjust priorities as needed to evolve without losing funding. And then the generational outcomes ensure sustainable progress toward reducing wait lists, fulfilling our trust obligations. Very high level, wanted to provide all of you really where are we at with Act 279. It's just the beginning of providing you something a little more detailed, and really, you know, who better than hearing from our beneficiaries of how they benefited from the type of financing that we're provided. And that's why we opened up with the Puhona, because it is our first project that we actually started with our funding that was released and be able to provide for our beneficiaries to actually reside in some place that they've been waiting for a while. Mahalo for the opportunity to share with you about Act 279.
Thank you, Kalani. Any questions? Commissioner Sonoy.
You mentioned the 2,400 leases by December, right? 2025. Of those leases, how many of them are homes? Like they're gonna walk into their home with their keys?
Good point. It's only the Puhona, so the ones that we actually issued out.
Mahalo.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? We do have a witness, Demont Manaole.
Unmute. Hello. All right. Everybody there? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what I'm talking about right there. Man, this entire presentation is the reason why our people, beneficiaries, gotta be over there at the state capitol and pushing for the funding that is required to do this. Now, I gotta say this. I'm not down with always begging the state for money, but the state does have a fiduciary duty to us. In fact, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is the only thing in the Hawaii State Constitution that makes it the #1 priority to take care of trust beneficiaries. We're the only ones in the Hawaii State Constitution. And why is it that we always got to keep begging the legislature? You know, and if you get an issue with the department and how they're doing this, that, and the other, hey, go sign up for a job and go see if you can do the job better. The bottom line is, bro, we need everybody's help at the state legislature to convince the legislature to fulfill its duty. We're not begging for something. We telling them they gotta fulfill their duty. Otherwise, we're gonna continuously be lost in litigation, and generations gonna continue to die. You know, I gotta tell you, last month on the 28th was a very problematic time for me because my mom died 30 years ago. 1995, died 30 years ago. And the day that she died, she was on the wait list for 30 years. It's been 60 years since a Manaole was on this land. On the land, bro. And for me, that thing really hurts. So, Kalani, bro, right on. More power to you, brother. That was an amazing presentation. You could see the pictures. You could understand what you were saying. And we know now, bro, the time for us guys to keep arguing and bitching and moaning, whatever, we got to stop that, bro. We got to hurry up and get to the legislature and get them to cut that check, bro. That's their kuleana. You know, the state, I got to tell you, it's interesting, yeah? They go after bad fathers who don't pay their child support. They have no problem with doing that and putting people in a more worse situation because they're not paying their bill. But the state is the biggest one. They never pay their bill. So people, support this, bro. Support this. This is what we need. Thank you. Aloha. You guys stay blessed.
Thank you, Demont. Okay, any questions or other questions? Not Kalani, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we got one more witness, Blossom.
No.
Oh, next one. Oh, E4. Okay, E4.
So I just want to say in closing of E3, thank you, and we will provide more information as it relates to bullet points, specifically to what Demont had mentioned. E4, we are now presenting Maui Island Projects Update. I have a team of us that should be available. Neil Nugent, Michelle Hitzman, and Elijah Davidson, who is here in person with me. Yes. Yes. I can be back in after.
She hasn't.
I can come back after.
All right. Keyboard. Okay. She is downloading it. It's in the submittals folder too. I mean, yeah, the submittals folder too.
I think we need AC in there.
All right.
Yeah, get some AC in there, man. It's hot.
I think you.
You're requesting additional funds.
Yeah, put it in that 270.
Oh. You can put in my backpack. Come on. You won't. Oh, wait.
Kalani, while we're waiting for slides to come up, the kinds of presentations that you put together are so comprehensive, and it reflects an awful lot of work trying to distill down so much information into usable form. And so when you do these presentations and you show us slides and we actually can identify lots, areas, funding, et cetera, it's very helpful to all of us beneficiaries who can actually study your slides along with your narrative. So thanks very much for making sure that we've got news we can use, and wide dissemination into our community is what this needs. And so thank you.
Fortunately, we have a great team
Yes.
that really works very hard on these various projects, and they'll speak to the projects itself.
The team should run it, yeah.
Yes.
So they have co-hosts. They can be.
Michelle, would you be able to pull up the PowerPoint presentation?
So you had Neil, Michelle, and Sherry.
No,
No, Elijah.
Elijah, but he's here.
Okay, Michelle, Sherry.
Thank you, Michelle.
Let me preface this presentation. We had a lot of comments about the 3 wells that we're looking at developing and to generate water. Please keep in mind as you're watching or looking at these slides and projects that are being presented, all these projects need water. Without the water, they don't move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. We can start with that. So today was really to provide you what's happening across the board, specifically as it relates to development. Next slide, please. This is just showing the how many acres that we have that are part of the DHL inventory. Roughly about 16% of it resides in the island of Maui. Next slide, please. Next one just shows the various projects that we have specifically in Central Maui. And then I'm gonna ask Neil to kind of share about the next project, and it's a project that he has worked on and is a project manager for Puhona.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, next slide, please.
For the record, my name's Neil Nugent. I'm an engineer with the Land Development Division. The previous slide shows Central Maui and several projects we're working on, along with various other things in the area, police, hospitals, and so on. First, we'll talk about Puhona, which is in blue, followed by Wailuku, single-family residential, followed by Waihumauka. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photo of Puhona taken about 2 weeks ago.
Next slide.
Yep, one more.
Oh, sorry.
There we are. You could see the concrete foundations on the right side of this photo that have been poured. And to the left of those, the houses that are currently being constructed above the grade, and those that have been already completed. All these homes front Hono'opilani Highway on the right side. The project's homes should be completed within, oh, sorry, that's next. Next slide, please. So this timeline, this project's been going for a few years to build 161 total lots. It's been under construction for about 2 years. The construction of the homes themselves started about 1 year ago. Currently, the roads are complete. All the water and sewer lines are in the ground, and the electrical infrastructure is complete. We're looking to complete construction of the houses in about 1 year. Next slide. A short distance uphill of Puhona, the department funded and is constructing an additional water tank to be dedicated to Maui County. This will be completed by the end of the year. Next. In this image, you can see Puhona near the bottom. Sorry for the old photograph there. That you can see it's not built in this photo. And Hono'opilani Highway along the bottom. So there's 77 acres next door where we will build Wailuku single-family residential. Next slide. This will consist of 204 residential lots. The design has been submitted to Maui County earlier this year, and with the help of Maui County, we can get our permits and start construction next year. We're looking to deliver the first homes in Wailuku single family in 2029. Next slide. About 3 miles north of Puhona is Waihumauka, which is a much larger area. It's about 238 acres. Next slide. We're a little earlier in the process for this project. The design for this homestead is currently in design as we speak. But we have a conceptual preliminary design, which you can see here. There's 343 residential lots shown in yellow. At the bottom of the drawing, you can see Kahekili Highway running left to right. Above the yellow lots are the agricultural lots in blue, about 55 agricultural lots that will be offered. We're hoping to begin construction in 2027, pending Maui County approvals.
Hey, Neil, for clarification purposes, can you go back to that? For clarification purposes, has Waihu Mauka been encumbered?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have a development agreement that has been encumbered for Waihu Mauka.
Thank
So
you,
aloha.
Michelle.
Aloha, Michelle Hitzman, Housing Project Branch Manager. So we just wanted to share that we have this particular lot, Paukukalo Lot 4. It is currently being offered with other lots that you'll see further in this presentation. I believe that's 9 total lots that we are currently offering to our Waiʻohuli undivided interest lessees. We had our orientation, our workshop on October 4th, and the response forms were due on October 17th. So this is one of the 9 lots that we will be offering to the interested undivided lessees, probably towards the end of this week. And these pictures, it's just a picture of the driveway as well as an aerial shot of this particular lot. Thank you. Okay, next slide.
Okay, moving to Upcountry Maui in the Keokea Waihuli area in Kula. Next slide, please. This is a aerial photograph looking north, where in yellow outline, you can see the existing 66 farm lots. You see Kula Highway on the right side of the photograph and Ke Anuhea Drive in the middle of the photograph. Outlined in blue are the existing Kula 356 lots. And I'm next going to talk about the area outlined in orange, which we call Keokea Waihuli. Next slide. In this figure, Kula Highway runs along the top from left to right. In yellow, you can see the existing Keokea farm lots. On the left side of this figure in white, you can see the existing Kula lots. In red, Keokea Waihuli Phase 1A, which is 46 lots, has been completed, and we're looking to start construction next year on Phase 2A in purple and Phase 2B in orange or tan. Next slides will show Phase 2A and 2B. This is Phase 2A again in purple. This drawing shows the lots. The existing lots are shown in white for Phase 1A. You can see how 2A is right up against 1A. Phase 2A is 75 residential lots. There'll be vacant lots with water infrastructure, roads, and drainage infrastructure that we are looking to begin construction next year. Next slide. Phase 2B consists of 60 residential lots, and we're hoping to start next year on that too. Next slide.
So as mentioned in the previous slide, when we were looking at Paukukalo, these are the other 8 lots that were included in that offer to the Waiahuli undivided interest lessees. These are vacant lots up in the Waiahuli Hikina area. And what I forgot to mention, and kind of piggybacking on what Kalani had said in his previous presentation, is our partnerships with other entities. For this particular offer, we are partnering up with Hawaiian Community Lending. And what we're doing is we are providing their information to the selectees, and HCL will walk them through from financing, credit counseling, all the way through construction. So again, once we get through with the awards, probably by the end of this week we'll start. Hopefully by the end of next week we'll have all 9 lots selected. Then we'll provide that information to HCL so they can go ahead and start assisting and supporting these lessees. Thank you. Next slide.
We have a engineering design firm which is assisting us in the Keokea Waihuli area. In this figure, which is similar to the previous figure, shows the Keokea Waihuli phases, the existing Keokea farm lots, and to the left off the figure is the Kula residential lots. In orange are lots that we are looking at setting aside for archaeological preservation. And we would like to work with the community to talk about and to plan stewardship and care for these archaeological preservation lots looking into the future. And we're looking at scheduling community meetings early next year. Next slide. Down to the southern slope of Haleakala is Kahiki Nui. Next slide. This is a Kuleana homestead. It has it doesn't have paved roads for much of the area. However, we've completed one segment in 2020, and our next segment, shown here in blue, is to be determined. Next slide. Now in South Maui, in the Pulehunui area. Next slide. Okay, the figure here shows land held by several state agencies, including DHHL. So the state has given our department funds to build a large sewer that would service all of these state agencies in this area: Department of Land and Natural Resources, Department of Accounting and General Services, and others, including DHHL. The challenge to building the sewer has been where we will put the sewage. Next slide, please. Maui County will be constructing a new wastewater sewage treatment plant in the area, which is shown in this figure as the red rectangle on the bottom. This figure shows a basic preliminary design of the sewer, where the blue lines and the red lines show how the sewer would connect from the state properties at the top of the figure and be conveyed down to the treatment plant at the bottom of the figure. We hope that Maui County will finish its plans for this new wastewater treatment plant so that we can start our design to connect to it. Next slide, please. I think this one's Elijah, is that right?
I got it.
Aloha Commissioners, I'm Shireen Saito Tam. I'm with LDD now, formerly the Office of the Chair. Kamalani is one of the acquisition properties that we did with Act 279 funds last year. It's intended to have 400 single-family residential homesteads. We selected through the RFP process Gentry Maui Development LLC as the developer. The skinny part up until the end of the green there is the first initial increment that we will be building. That's expected to have just over 150 homes there. The remainder of what is increment 3, the bulbous shape of it, I guess, we need to get additional funds to pay for the infrastructure for that portion. So the design is covered under the development agreement that we have, but we don't have all the money that we need to complete the entirety of the project.
Thank you, Shireen. Neil, can you continue on with Miss West Maui?
Okay, here's West Maui. Next slide. We have a development agreement with Dowling to build Villages of Laeli'i 1B, which will be next door to the existing homestead at Laeli'i 1A. This figure shows 1B in peach, which will be located next to Laeli'i Parkway, which is in blue. and the Lahaina Civic Center near the bottom on Hono'opilani Highway. There is 68 million from Act 279 encumbered into this development, and includes offsite improvements to Hono'opilani Highway and Le'ili'i Parkway. Next slide, please. This has been going for a few years. We have completed an environmental assessment, and we will be starting first increment 1 of Le'ili'i 1B, which consists of 86 single-family lots. And we're looking at mid-2026 to start construction and to deliver the first homes in 2028. Increment 2 at the top of this figure will be done second and consist of 69 single-family lots. We will require more funding for this. Next slide, please. Okay, this is West Maui here again. On the right side of the figure of the photo is Lahaina, and outlined in white are DHHL lands. So Villages of Le'ili'i is on the right side of the figure. And in the center, you can see the green golf courses of Ka'anapali. On the left is the Honokawai land, several hundred acres that DHHL has, where we will be building a water system. This is part of our development agreement with Dowling Company, which uses $15 million of Act 279 funds, which will connect and pump water out of an existing well that the department has, install 8,000 feet of water pipe to convey the well water down to Maui County's infrastructure on the left side of the figure here at the end of that red line. So drinking water will be provided to Maui County, which will provide to DHHL. In blue are the planned agricultural lots at Honokawai. Next slide.
Aloha Commissioners, my name is Elijah Davidson. I'm a project manager with the Land Development Division. And I would also like to add that I am a current DHL beneficiary on the waitlist, with a majority of my family also on the waitlist. So today I will be giving an informational briefing on the Waiahuli Wells project. Next slide, please. So before we begin, and I'm sure many of us already know, but taking a look at this statistic, there's currently 9,380 people on the Maui waitlist, and a majority of whom are actually on the residential waitlist with 42.1%, and having an average waitlist age of 59 years old. And I would like to also preface that these statistics are as of December 31st of 2023. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, the reason why I want to emphasize the waitlist is to kind of show the urgency of getting Native Hawaiians into their homes and back in the Aina. But as we move forward on all of this development, we face an enormous hurdle, which is water. Without new water sources, our projects may face delays or remain unbuilt. This ties into our future projects on Maui to not proceed, and which historically, since the passing of the Commission Act of 1920, has really been the reason why many of our projects have not proceeded due to the lack of water availability. Next slide, please. So kind of diving into a brief overview of the project, this project is a proposed development of 3 wells and a water transmission system in upcountry Maui. This critical water infrastructure will not only secure DHL's long-term water access, but also directly support the development of over 1,000 homestead lots for Native Hawaiian families now, and instead of waiting for additional water to become available. The system is expected to generate advanced water credits, which will unlock the ability to provide support to the Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunity Area, 950 single-family residential lots in Waiahu, Mauka, Wailuku, and Kamalani, as well as 55 agricultural lots to support ohana farming and self-sufficiency, and additional future lots in all of Pulehunui and the surrounding area. And in total, once the system is constructed, it would serve an estimated 2,880 homestead lots for Hawaiian homeland beneficiaries. Next slide, please. So here is just this map is just taking a look at where the location of the project. It is located in upcountry Maui, west of the Waiahuli homesteads. Next slide, please. And here's taking a look at the vicinity map. So this is the current proposed 3 well locations as well as the transmission lines. And in this exhibit, we're really showing where those wells are and as well as the existing transmission lines and where it'll be located. Next slide, please. So the reason for this project is for the department to be able to develop our homesteads faster. These advanced water credits would enable the department to begin construction sooner by removing the biggest hurdle, which is water. This project also emphasizes the support of the Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunity Area, creating new avenues for local business, farming, and community investment. Developing these wells will allow us to have our own water sources and protect us from reliance on private systems, and will affirm our ability to steward Hawaiian lands for Hawaiian people. And of course, this focuses on our commitment to future generations, which will lay the foundation for long-term homestead expansion and sustainability. Next slide, please. So we are currently working on a draft memorandum of agreement with Maui DWS. As mentioned by Cherie from planning, on August 21st, we had a beneficiary consultation in Waiahuli. The result of this meeting was numerous comments from existing lessees in the Waiahuli expressing concerns about the draft MOA not being detailed enough. We are currently using those comments and have been working for the past months and will continue to work to tighten the draft MOA to protect DHL and our people. I wanted to emphasize some points. The estimated operating capacity for the 3 proposed wells is 1.728 million gallons per day. There is an existing USGS testing well near our proposed wells, which helped our experts to determine that capacity. Of the total operating capacity from the 3 wells, DHL will receive all of the 1.728 million gallons per day. Upon completion of the agreement with Maui DWS and start of the construction of the wells, DWS will provide DHL advanced water credits. The advanced water credits provided will be in 39.5% of our development needs now, which will allow us to move forward on homestead development sooner. And on August 21st, as I had mentioned, we had a beneficiary consultation, and the result of that meeting brought up forth a lot of comments that we're going to be taking into consideration moving forward with the MOA. I would like to preface that we are still in the process of refining the draft MOA to address all of the concerns. Next slide, please. So why the agreement with Maui DWS? The primary reasons is the agreement will allow DHL to use existing transmission lines to supply water for developments in Central, South, and Upcountry Maui. The agreement will also provide advanced water credits for DHL to begin future homesteads now, and the agreement will save DHL on operating costs that would otherwise cost the department millions of dollars a year. Next slide, please. So here's just, apologies. Taking a look at this map, we're really laying out which projects are going to benefit from the advanced water credits. So the projects that will benefit are the Waiahuli Economic Development, Kamalani with 400 residential, Pulehunui, Wailuku Single Family with 204 residential, and Waihu Mauka with 343 residential and 55 agricultural lots. Next slide, please. So within the proposed water agreement, the MOA accounts for DHL's requirement to comply with Chapter 343. It also accounts for DHL's requirement to comply with Chapter 6E relating to historical sites. And lastly, the Kapa'akai Framework, Article 12, Section 7. Next slide, please. So the current work being done for the due diligence and feasibility of the project is a topographic survey. ATA has been contracted to perform the topographic survey work on the potential well site locations and transmission lines. They are in the planning and design phase and are finalizing a report for DHHL. I know earlier was mentioned that ATA received a contract and that we shouldn't proceed forward because we have not completed our Chapter 343 and Kapa'akai analysis. But the existing contract that we have with ATA is to do just so. ATA is contracted to do the Chapter 343 and the Kapa'akai analysis and cultural impact assessments. Additionally, DHO is in the process of contracting consultants to conduct hydrology studies for the proposed well sites. The draft MOA identifies Tom Nance Water Resource Engineering as the firm responsible for the well design, and Intera Incorporated as the firm responsible for preparing the hydrology report. And lastly, we are currently working on the well development agreement with Maui DWS. The agreement outlines the roles, responsibilities, and commitments of each party in developing, managing, and maintaining the Waiahuli wells. It also defines how water resources will be allocated, how costs will be shared, and ensures compliance with all regulatory environmental requirements. I would also like to note that on the call, we should have Eva from Maui DWS. She on? I have to look. Oh, we still have more. Sorry, I believe she'll be testifying after we finish with item E4.
So I just wanted to also mention that it was the desire of Commissioner Kalepa to form a working group of beneficiaries. So that's in the process. So it does require much more massaging, lomi work to be done on this subject matter. Next slide, please. What's happened in 2025? And next slide, please. So we've had our first key to be turned over, Auntie Mapuana Riley, and her Ohana was the first family to benefit from the 600 million funding, supported by 22 million from the County of Maui for shared infrastructure in West Maui, marking a historic step in returning Native Hawaiian families to their lands. Auntie Mapuana actually moved to North Arizona a couple of years ago. She received an invitation to participate in the orientation. She was a UI lessee in Waiahuli. She was also a recipient of the, I'm drawing a blank. Well, she was a beneficiary, and she was just waiting about 38 years. So it's glad to have her back on the AINA. And she was awarded, she was a recipient of Nahasda funding. So she was able to purchase a home of 700,000, cost of 700,000, 5-bedroom, 3-bath. When she came home, she had to rent for a little while until the house was being built. She was paying roughly about $3,600 per month. Her monthly mortgage is $1,600 per month. Significant difference. We also have new monies. In 2025, we had proposed a release of that set aside monies to the County of Maui for shared infrastructure on West Maui area, right above Civic Center. Next slide. Actually, I will do this, Michelle. And there's supposed to be a section right above that. So Maui Residential, what's happened in April 2025, we awarded 91 Maui residential lots at Pu'uhona. In September of 2025, we had awarded 105 Maui subsistence agricultural project leases for Honokowai and Wai'ehu Mauka. October 2025, we will be awarding 9 Maui residential leases for scattered lots on Maui located at Waiahuli, Hikina, and Paukukalo. And at the end of the year, Maui Residential, Central, South, and West Maui, we will be awarding roughly about 1,131 Maui residential project leases for Leali'i, Wai'ehu Mauka, Wailuku Single Family, and Kamalani. This concludes the development work that we are doing on the island of Maui. And mahalo to all of the team members that contributed in sharing the presentation.
Okay, any questions, commissioners?
I have a question, Chair.
Commissioners, Marfield?
Good job, Kalani. Mahalo nui for your presentation. Just one quick question about LDD. What role do they play in the beneficiary consultation? Like, when a lot of the beneficiaries are coming up today, they're talking about that so many questions the department couldn't answer, staff couldn't answer, and so to Elijah's presentation that gave a lot of the statistics and the benefits and all of that, I thought that was very, very good. And how do we provide that at the consultation? Do we pair up and allow LDD to go along with planning?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay.
And so our last beneficiary consultation was together, but it does, yes, it does require a much more cohesiveness, and that's something that we've been working on.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Funny. I think when he came up, I think he answered a lot of the questions that was asked prior to that. And I was thinking, wow, should have shut up then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Elijah, good job, guy. Any other questions or comments? You know, I guess it is a matter of sharing and educating, as well as looking at the bigger picture. I think Maui, we're doing so many projects, over 1,000, 1,200, which across the island is involved in, it's not like we're gonna take the water and then it's gonna just benefit one area. And I think we have to realize that this asset, the water, it's needed in order to benefit all our beneficiaries, not just a certain area. And that's I think for some people, it's a matter of sharing. It's a matter of understanding that you're not the only guy that has been waiting 40, 50 years and dying on the wait list. So we're trying to not only make the awards in an expeditious manner, but we're trying to do the developments. These are real developments. It's not just conceptual. The 600 million is we're spending close to 300 million across the Maui, and it's an exciting time, but it's also a time that we need to be realistic about the process of development. It requires water, and there's just only so much water on the island. We do have priorities, so we're battling others that are also trying to, take the water from us. But there's one thing that, I really want to stress, that our beneficiaries have to be together. We got to, as a group, try to help everybody, not just yourself. And the tunnel vision and just kind of isolating and this is just for us. No, that's not us. It's for the Native Hawaiian, especially the guys on the waiting list, and they need to be accommodated. And that's what we're trying to do, gang. And so it's not, and we're doing it the proper way. We're going to do additional consultations so that we can educate as well as share what we're doing. And then all this compliance, we're going to do the compliance. We're not going to do it in secret and, behind closed doors. With respect to working with the different entities, whether it's developer, the Department of Water Supply, our lenders, when we do light tech, have to see that we're able to perform in order to not only leverage the 600 million, but more importantly, also allow our beneficiaries to get the vertical financing. It's all one big, very challenging and complex process. And I just want to thank the team, especially these guys that have put together all these projects. Tremendous amount of work, gang. And I'm really proud, and I'm sure the commissioners are going to appreciate what you guys are doing. Thank you.
And I thank you what Auntie Blossom had mentioned, as well as Commissioner Moorfield, and it really requires more communication and just sharing with others that are interested. They're passionate. They want to know, but they also want to make sure our beneficiaries are benefiting. So, I want to just quote Prince Kuhio back he had mentioned, stick together and try to agree to the best of your ability to meet the most important problem, the rehabilitation of our race. And I know that's something that we continue to strive for and continue to really emphasize and push on. there's a lot of movement moving that way. Mahalo.
Okay, we have a couple witnesses. Eva Blumenstein.
Yeah, aloha, Chair, Commissioners.
Well,
I'm Eva Blumenstein. I'm the Planning Program Administrator for Department of Water Supply. The department supports development of homesteads, and we recognize that water is often what prevents projects from moving forward. So when Department of Hawaiian Homeland's lands are within or adjacent to our water system service areas, we can do that. We can support that through collaboration on water source to bring water to homestead lands. And in the water service areas that would potentially serve Kamalani, Pulehunui, Waiehu, and Wailuku, those would have been served by the Central Maui system, where we are at or near capacity today. And the Waiahuli economic development would be served by the upcountry system, where we also have limited ability to take on new services. So Waiahuli wells can benefit DHL projects in both systems. If Department of Hawaiian Homeland wants to develop the source and have Department of Water Supply operate and maintain the system to serve DHL lands only, we support that. Mahalo.
thank you very much. Blossom Fatera.
Good afternoon, Commission. Mr. Chair, mahalo for the opportunity to testify to this item. So, we noticed when we first got here that E5 was deferred, which talks about the water well, and surprise, surprise, I'm looking through the packet, I see that E4 is going to talk about the Waiahuli wells. And so, there has been a lot of talk and concerns about the consultation and the ambiguity that's surrounding the consultation. I'm looking at a presentation today that could have answered all the questions. Okay, very detailed, answering those concerns about where the water is going to go and who's it's going to serve. And we get it. As beneficiaries, we understand the need for water. And for Maui, we've come out in full force and gone to CWRM and petitioned for water reservations. We understand the challenge. Number one is we need more transparency. If you're going to come to Maui and give us the pretty picture, we're going to look at that pretty picture and see exactly what we need to do to move the thing forward. Okay. And so when we talk about taking water from Waiahuli and transporting it down to South Maui and Central Maui, we want to know why. Because these projects were already encumbered. So if the department allocated funds to projects like Wai'ehu Mauka and Wailuku Single Family, why did we not do the work on securing the water before the funding was allocated, or part of the water, right? Or part of the allocation? We automatically assumed that it was done. The contract was awarded, we have a developer moving forward. We're assuming, based on what we've learned, that water should have been reserved and allocated for those projects. Now we're hearing that the county doesn't have enough water, and so now we got to go take water from upcountry and take it to Central Maui. Okay, got it. Okay. But we didn't know until I'm listening to this presentation today. Had this presentation been done at the consultation, we would not be asking for a more robust consultation process. There are over 60 people at that consultation. Not even half of them came today. And so again, I want to reiterate the need for a more robust consult. If we see this, what Elijah presented today, we would have been, while we still would have concerns, we would have been more supportive of the department's efforts. Okay, we're not just beneficiaries, we're parents of beneficiaries and we're grandparents of beneficiaries who are looking at Wai'ehu Mauka, who are looking at Wailuku Single Family, who's looking at Honokauai, okay? And so when we talk about the need for water, we get it. But we need to know from the department, not only who's gonna get it, but how it's gonna get there and what is it gonna cost? Okay, none of that was answered. And so thank you for considering doing a more robust consultation. I look forward to having that done in a very timely manner because obviously we need to move this thing quickly so that, because legislative session is right around the corner. And if we're going to send beneficiaries to talk to legislature for funding, we need the information and we need it as soon as possible. Mahalo.
Okay, look forward to your support. Let's see, any other questions? If not, thank you, Kalani.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, F14, for information only, status on license number 811 to Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance. Cooley or Kahana.
Yep, aloha, Commissioners Kahana Abinio. With me today online, we have Cooley Camara, who will give us an update on this license 811 issued to Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance. Cooley. And also with us, we have Cheyenne Hiapo. Aloha, Cheyenne.
Aloha.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time. Today we have an update as part of license 811 to the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance, who manages the Waimau Conservation Unit, which is 1,100 acres of the most pristine native Hawaiian forest left in the DHL Land Trust. So as a part of that license, so we have Cheyenne Perry here representing the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance to give us an update on the status and and just to inform the commission a little bit more about this license. It's kind of we're working. So Cheyenne's going to share a little bit about the different watershed alliances across Hawaii, and for me, just supporting the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance as a possible model for us to help DHL to manage some of our more sensitive areas in our land trust without taking staff time and being able to bring in state and federal funds for the management of DHL lands. I have a PowerPoint and I will be just backing Cheyenne up and having that, so helping him to present that PowerPoint.
Mahalo, Cooley. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Aloha to the chair and our commissioners. I'm just going to do a quick PowerPoint. The license is actually for the Waipahoehoe Management Unit, but I thought it might be appropriate to cover the overall relationship with the watershed partnerships and Hawaiian homes on Mauna Kea. So we can, whenever the presentation is ready.
Can you folks see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Cooley. So like we were saying earlier, my name is Cheyenne Hiapo Perry. I'm actually a recent leasee at La'iopua. I'm very excited about that. So thank you guys for all the energy and movement. We are one of the watersheds. There are 10 watershed partnerships in Hawaii. We're based out of Hilo. And this is just a beautiful shot, kind of looking at up at Mauna Kea from Keaukaha. Currently, we have a team of 6, but that can fluctuate up to 10, depending on what kind of work we're doing. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm gonna just put all the work kind of up front. So the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance is a licensee for just the Waipahoehoe Management Unit, about 1,100 acres. Some of the benefits of the watershed partnerships is that we can cross landholder boundaries. So, with natural resources and the way things move, those things don't necessarily adhere to like fences and that type of thing or property boundaries. So we're really good at connecting other organizations that are within the same space. Just in the past 10 years of working together, we've been able to leverage funds. We're entirely soft funded. For every dollar that we have with that is Department of Hawaiian Homelands, we're able to produce another $5 in private, county, federal, and state funds. And that goes directly onto the Hawaiian Homes landscape. We are part of the Hawaii Association of Watershed Partnerships, and there are 10 of us across Hawaii representing all the different, all the main major maunas in Hawaii. So some of the work we have done on Hawaiian Homelands on Mauna Kea include the Waipahoehoe Management Unit. We're also working at the Kanakaleo Nui Bird Corridor. It was our first project that we were working on. And then we also do these things called partnership projects where we work with different partners on the ground. I really like the the model that we have as a watershed partnership because it's grassroots and it's based on place. So I really enjoy that. The ways that we can connect to our community, we do have a lot of large landholders on Mauna Kea, which are part of the partnership. But the way we connect to the community is through our huaka'i. So these are just some recent huaka'i organizations and groups that we work with, including Blue Water Exchange, Pilina Aina, and Malama Aina Foundation. Next slide. So this is just the slide of the different watershed partnerships in Hawaii. 10 of them, there are 3 on Hawaii Island. This represents, so total watershed partnership lands is about 2.2 million acres, which is almost half of the land area in the main Hawaiian Islands. And then we have about 80 watershed partners across Hawaii. Okay, next slide. For our watershed partnership, the vision is basically protect and enhance watershed ecosystems, biodiversity, and resources, mostly through management. But we also promote economic sustainability, recreation needs, subsistence, education, and research opportunities. We have a total of 10 watershed partners on Mauna Kea. The 3 affiliate partners are the Nature Conservancy, Pacific Islands Fish and Wildlife Office, and the Forest Service. And then we also have 7 land holding partners as seen on the map. The total acreage of partnership land on Mauna Kea is about 416,000 acres. Made up of state, federal, private, and ranches, different landowners and landholders. And then, so watershed management, basically on the ground, what watershed management is the creation of protection of units that would either protect or restore certain strategic locations. We do weed management there, feral ungulate control and management, and then monitoring. And then we also do a lot of the watershed partnerships do environmental education. We do some workforce development and also restoration. The restoration is a little bit more intensive because it requires the ability to collect seed and then to plant trees. Okay, next slide. So this is the Aina Mauna Legacy Program plan map from around 2009. I really like this plan. It's a 100-year plan. This highlights those in green, kind of highlights those areas that were selected just to maintain native forests. It also kind of brings in most of the land. That's Humu'ula, Red Jasper Stone. We got Pi'i Honua, Ahupua'a, and then we also have Aina Hole. So we can press the next slide. Yeah, so this is the area of Kanaka Leonui Bird Corridor. It's about 525 acres. Next slide. And this is kind of the Wailuku River and Pi'i Honua Uka or Mauka area. And then can press one more time. And that's the area of the Waipohoihoi management unit. That's about 1,100 acres. And it's really like these are very strategic. These were all selected by the partnership. And then, so that particular like Waipohoihoi management unit also is very beneficial to the Hakala Refuge to the north, and then also to the state of Hawaii, the Water Forest Reserve, which is just makai of us. Okay, next slide. So the main challenge that we have in the Pi'i Honua Uka area, which is where the Waipohoihoi management unit is rapid ohia death. And there's been a strong link that shows that feral animals could be damaging native ohia trees, and then they get sick that way. That's one of the ways that the rapid ohia death fungus can get into the tree. So this just kind of shows an image of this is around less than a mile to the south of us on Hawaiian Homes. So you can just see kind of an example of how the forest has changed over time. So that's 2013, and next slide. 2018, and then next slide. Yeah, so especially in the past few years, this is 2023. So we can see all that dark green area has kind of, those are trees that have been impacted by rapid ohia death, the fungus. So this is a challenge for that area. We'll go to the next slide. So it's kind of what it looks like on the ground with the different ohia trees that are affected by the fungus. And then next. But not to worry, I do think that we did get to Waipahoehoe Management Unit in time, that 1,100 acres. We are still in the removing feral ungulates from the area, mostly through non-kill ways. Originally, we were working with another licensee to remove the cows live, and some of those were going to Hawaiian homestead beneficiaries. But our main strategy is using the one-way gates like that on the top left. And then we also do helicopter drives, which are still being effective. We're probably down to the last few feral cattle in the unit area. I'm thinking it's in the maybe between 10 and 20. We also do some restoration work. So that middle image shows the shade house where we grow trees and transplant them. And then on the bottom left, we do monitoring of birds, feral animals, and weeds. So just some of the work that we're doing at the Waipahoehoe Management Unit. Next slide. And then this is really exciting. So this was taken just about a week ago when I went into the unit. This is just the bottom part of these are old growth ohia trees. Some of them are in the area of probably 500 to 700 years old. This is natural regeneration that is occurring just from the feral animals being put outside the unit on the top left. We can see there's ohia, there's things like ohelo, ferns are coming back. So there is a positive response in that native forest. And then we can see some of the plants that we are growing to plant throughout our different project areas on the top right. And then we also have an area that is a smaller area that's fenced. It's a few acres that shows when we do outplantings, this is the response. So the bottom left and middle left there, or column middle bottom, that just shows the growth of a koa tree over the past about 5 or 6 years. So really good. The other really cool and beautiful thing about this area is the ohia. They have different colors. So this is the apapane, this ohia tree to the bottom right. And just the diversity that's within the forest. It is one of when Kuli says that this is one of the most beautiful ohia forests in Hawaii is absolutely correct. And that and very worth protecting, worthy of being protected. Yeah, it's beautiful. Next slide. One of the other units that we're working in is the Kanakaleonui bird corridor. Kanakaleonui was the harbinger of Umi. And so he was the one who would always he was the one who got the fish to bring up to Umi when he was hungry. This corridor is about 525 acres. The challenge we have in this area is that the forest had been changed, converted over time between 6,000 and 8,000 feet elevation. So you have a lot of grassland area. So what we're trying to do is build up this unit to be a corridor, ladder from the forest at 6,000 feet to go up to the native forest at 8,000 feet. And that's because a lot of our native forest birds are being impacted by avian malaria and other avian diseases. And so this gives them, and especially with warming climate, a lot of the mosquitoes are getting up higher and higher. So now this gives them a ladder to get up to the Mauka forest. Yeah, about 525 acres. In the next slide. Just an image showing kind of the idea. So we're planting trees in that area that's opened up now, and it's grassland. And then these are some of the birds that would benefit from that action to get Mauka up to the Mauka forest. Next slide. And then what our KBC management looks like. So a lot of planting. We do a lot of wildfire management. So we will mow the access ways. We weed whack around the different infrastructure areas to prevent fire, but also to keep fire away. Give a good defensible space if there were to be something like that. And then we also collect native seed and then plant trees there, plant native forests. Next slide. And then kind of the third thing we do is work with our different partners. So these are partner assistant projects. We've got one of them we're working with the Hakalau Refuge on the bottom left. To the right side, we're working with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife in the Hilo Forest Reserve. And then right in the middle is the DHHL Ua'u Protection Unit. So we helped to work with Kuali'i to put that up. And that was to protect Ua'u burrows from feral cats. And so this has been very successful. We just got an email this morning from Kuali'i showing a picture of a fledgling and a burrow. So really exciting. You know, some of the imagery that we had when we were talking about this area was that the water would darken the sky. It would be black when they would go out in the morning to catch fish. And then they would bring the fish back up for the fledglings up at 9,000 feet elevation on the side of Mauna Kea, 10,000 feet, and then feed those fledglings. But the really interesting thing that I didn't realize until kind of we went through the protocol with this was just how the fish manure that was coming out of the birds was affecting the forests. Because one of the things famous Olelo no Eaus about Mauna Kea talks about the yellow lei of Poliahu. And what they're talking about is the Mamane forest in bloom around the top of Mauna Kea. So just like that is what we're trying to do. We're just trying to maintain connectivity and keep the ecosystem healthy. Next slide. And then the way we kind of connect to our community and the people around us, and not the larger organizations, is through our huaka'i. So on the bottom, we just did one with, we did a huaka'i up to Mauna Kea with some Hilo intermediate kids. We've worked with the Charter Council. We've worked with Blue Water Exchange to collect seeds that we use later for restoration. And they're also working with Kupu, different programs, HYCC, and CLDP and programs like that, just to malama those kind of mid-level people that are interested in working in this field and conservation work. Okay, next slide. Okay, yeah, so that is it. If you guys have any questions, just let me know. Imagery wise, we got to the top left, that's our shade house at Nauhi. That's the shade house that where we take our plants before we plant them. It is a pretty harsh environment. It's changed a lot over time. It's between 6,000 and 8,000 feet. And so we plant there, we use shade shelters to protect them. On the top right image, that's Andrea and Jordan Chokil. They were actually up there a few years ago to look at one of the koas that we had planted. And then this is years later on the bottom right, we're actually collecting the seed from the koa that we planted. And so that's been pretty normal over the past 3 or 4 years. And we get somewhere between 5 to 20 pounds of seed every season. So really cool. It just shows the cycle, the cycle being kind of repeating itself. We did get a WaterSmart grant. I just want to mention this in the long run because it is this grant will fund a Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance partner wildfire plan that would cover about 416,000 acres. So really exciting. Yeah, we just received that grant early part of this year. Yeah, and then of course anything we can help with, if there's any places to look, or even on other partner lands wanting to check out, then we can do that. Anybody have any questions or anything to add, Kuali'i?
Yeah, just one thing, I know the primary mission of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is to develop and deliver homesteads to our beneficiaries. But we just to know that in our trust we have some areas like the cliffs of Waimanalo and Kalaupapa and Upper Kaikinui and Mauna Kea that have some really good resources, and they were put in the trust. Maybe we playing that hand the best as we can, as far as what was put into the trust. But I really value working with Cheyenne and the watershed partnerships. It might be a model to preserve some of our, to steward some of our more pristine lands. I really support the watershed partnerships as a as a way to be able to help us to store these lands and to leverage the limited digital funds we have to maintain these natural resources.
Yeah, Cooley and Cheyenne, you guys are doing an excellent job. It's very, very impressive. I mean, just looking at what the results are you guys are coming up with, with that Neil Hannes's group. Are you guys working with them also on the co-op preservation at 500 acres or no? Or that's a separate one?
We are not working directly.
Yeah, Chair. So that's separate, and that's using COA, and it has watershed value, and it restores it restores a watershed value, but that's a commercial model. So we'll be planting koa. So we have some areas that we kind of designated just for restoration, really sensitive resources. But other areas, we still get the koa habitat to some extent, but those are planted for sustainable harvest. Where we'll be going in there and harvesting periodically.
Yeah, different model, I guess.
Yeah, so a couple of different models, but these one, so if you look at the Ainamona Legacy Program, there's some areas that are really pristine and sensitive, and we're focusing primarily with Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance on the most pristine areas.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners?
Chair,
Yes.
yeah, no, I want to say mahalo to Koli'i and to Cheyenne for that presentation. I'd be interested in doing a visit of the area at some point. Nothing urgent, but I'd be interested in going up there. Koli'i and Cheyenne, we coordinate that with you guys.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll email you, Koli'i. Maybe Commissioner Freitas might be interested too. We can coordinate the two of us.
Yeah, I'd be interested also in checking it out. You guys got some kind of vehicles I can ride in? That looks like kind of hard hiking there.
Gotta go horseback, Chair.
Horseback. Ooh.
ATV.
Yeah, think about that one.
Yes, the Japanese call it a horse.
Okay.
Chair, real quick,
yes.
just wanted to echo the sentiments from Commissioner Calafini. Yeah, great job, you guys. Very well put together presentation. I'd like to come visit, but I'm not going on a helicopter. I need something with 4 wheels, man, not 4 legs.
We can do that.
4 wheels or 3 wheels.
Yeah, something like that. But just good job. Thank you for the presentation, and I really appreciate you guys' hard work. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, G4 for information only draft environmental assessment for a cultural learning center and community farm at Ka'ala in Waianae, Oahu. Lily?
Aloha, folks.
Aloha.
I'm Lily Maka'ila, Acting Planning Program Manager. I'll go ahead and get started. The next 2 items are draft environmental assessments. This first one, G4. This is for information only. Draft environmental assessment with an anticipated finding of no significant impact for the Ka'u Cultural Center. This one is located in Waiohinu in Ka'u. I have some images of the project location. Again, we bring these draft environmental assessments before the commission so you folks can take a look at it. The Hawaiian Homes Commission is the accepting agency for compliance with Chapter 343. For this item, it's just for information. The draft's going to be published. I'll talk about that process of it being published for public comment, and then kind of subsequent next steps as well. So this has been reviewed by the planning office. I'll be highlighting any items that you folks need to be aware of in your consideration for making a determination. Today, it is just a review, so no action is required. Of course, we always invite your questions though. Next slide. The project site for this, so, okay. One second. Kalamai. The presentation is correct. My tab was incorrect. So this one is actually for the Cultural Learning Center and Community Farm at Ka'ala. This is Waianae on Oahu. So the draft environmental assessment, the proposed action is in response to the fact that Kala Farms has had a land disposition from the department for a 97-acre parcel in Waianae, upper area of the valley. TMK is listed on there since 2008 is when it was approved. Now, this is a gratis license held to them because they do pretty significant land restoration and education and outreach in that area. They would like to have a long-term land disposition, and in order to do so, that does require compliance with Chapter 343 as well as Chapter 6E. So that's the purpose for the preparation of the environmental assessment. We're doing the briefing today for you folks, just for info only. It will be published in the October 23rd issue of the environmental notice. And then that will open the first round of public comment. So the comment period will be 30 days open until November 22nd of this year. And then when we come back, which right now, depending on how significant the comments are, in my review, I don't anticipate significant comments on this one. There's quite a bit of information. It's very thorough. And there's been a lot of community support. So I think we can expect to come back in December to ask you folks to make a determination. After that, that's when it would be posted a second time in the environmental notice. So probably in the late December, maybe early January issue. And then that kind of public period is the 30-day legal challenge period. Next slide. So this is an image of the site up at Ka'ala Farms for folks who haven't been able to visit. This is some of their hale spaces, some of their lo'i. Next slide. This gives you a bit of an understanding of where it's located in the back of the valley, the lands that are adjacent to it. So it is adjacent to the Waianae Valley Ranch, which is currently under DLNR management. But it is also licensed to Ka'ala Farm folks along with another entity. Next slide. This is their conceptual plan. Now, they've achieved most of it. Everything that you see kind of in the center and a little off to the left, that's in the brighter, kind of darker green, that is all pretty much there, with the exception of the barn. So I listed out, because I know it's kind of hard to see, but I listed out the proposed actions, things that they haven't done yet, is aquaponics, a bunkhouse, fish ponds, kalo expansion, both dryland, drip irrigation, and for lo'i. They have another field shelter and then their barn for their livestock that's planned. The rest of the area has actually already been completed. Next slide. So this is the significance criteria, the 13 criteria. I think of everything that I reviewed, the one thing that I would bring to the commission's attention is that they do not have permitting for some of the structures. You know, even some of our traditional structures, the hale and halau, they require county permits and trigger county permits. And there's even design standards for those. That's been a bit of a challenge, I think, across the board, not just in Honolulu, but on other islands. Being able to be in compliance for the traditional construction of our halau and other spaces is a bit of a challenge. And so a lot of the structures that they have on there are unpermitted structures currently. There's several different pathways. So normally you would ask an applicant, if we were another entity, we might ask them, for instance, if we're DLNR, we might ask them to complete the permitting ahead of us moving forward with a long-term land disposition, or even perhaps even going through this Chapter 343 or Chapter 6E process. However, we do have exclusive authority for our land use on our lands. And so the pathway for them to get permitting is a little bit different. And it may be something we would want to look into. This might be an option for them to kind of avoid going through the county pathway. That pathway is always open should we choose to pursue that. And maybe some of the structures going through the county pathway would make more sense. But some of the other structures, especially the traditional structures and the ag structures, it might be an opportunity for the department to look at creating some design standards and looking at what's our capacity for issuing permitting. So that's the only kind of question mark that I would call out in this. But in my opinion, I don't think it precludes us from proceeding with Chapter 343. Next slide. So next steps, again, the draft EA is going to be published in the October 23 issue of the environmental notice, triggers a 30-day comment period. Then the consultant will be working on behalf of Ka'ala Farms to incorporate and revise that draft EA based on all the comments that are received. They'll come back to the commission likely in December of this year and ask you folks to take action. That would result in publishing of the final EA in the next issue of the environmental notice. After that meeting, opens a 30-day legal challenge period. And then the two things that I highlighted on there, the first one, second to the last, is what I mentioned. We want to figure out which pathway to go through for permitting. And then finally, they're still working on their compliance with Chapter 6E. That's not currently delegated to the department. That all goes through DLNR, State Historic Preservation Division. So we have one of our planning staff that's assisting going through that process. But otherwise, no other kind of major items to highlight for this one. Mahalo.
Oh, we got Manoli.
All right. Hey guys, you can hear me? Hello?
Yeah, can you?
Everybody there? All right. Hey, I gotta tell you this. In the Waianae Coast, this has got to be the biggest gem that we have over here besides Waianae Coast Comprehensive and all that over there. This facility, this area, I've been there many a times. I feel like I stay back in old Hawaii when I'm up there. What Eric Enos has done up there is an amazing job for all these years. And they've done a lot to help Pa'ahau coming out of the prison system to be able to get their life back straight again. They've touched so many lives over here in Waianae. And this is a beautiful project. And I'm glad that this is coming up now, and they should be able to extend what they have for many years to come. I 100% support this project. It's a beautiful project, and I invite all commissioners, whenever you can, come up over there, Kala, bro. You know, Koko Wahilani, with his hui, they've held every Sunday for 440 Sundays in a row. They've held classes up there. They go work the aina, they plant kalo, all that, but they do an amazing job up there. And I gotta tell you, but Hawaiians are active here on the Waianae Coast, and this is the one place that we can go and call home and feel like we stay home. So I appreciate this opportunity to testify on this. This is an amazing, and I gotta say, I never said this before, earlier because I got cut off, but DHHL staff, Tita, at the table, you and your crew is amazing. The work that you guys been doing is top notch, and it really gets our message out to the people. So thank you for everything you do and bringing everything to the commission, and thank you to the commission for hearing them and giving us an opportunity. Aloha. Take care, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Lemon. Next testify, Kaukaohu Wahilani.
Aloha mai. Trying to get my video up so you guys can see me. Oh, can I get my video on? Anyway, aloha mai, Chair Watson.
Try again.
And get okay. Aloha mai kako, Chair Watson, Commissioners, Ovau Kauko Huahilani no Puea Maiao. That's Waianae Valley. I live in Waianae Valley Homestead, Puea. And thank you for Brother Kalai Manaoli who just said, mention my name. So I'm a beneficiary, I'm a homesteader, but I'm also the Alakai of Huikuliki Kako. Was formed out in 2014. But we've been like, this past Sunday was 440 Sundays that we've been doing super sustainable Sundays of Ka'ala. So we have a very unique and intimate relationship with Uncle Eric, Enos, and the staff up there. Yes, it is a gem. It's an amazing place. We'd invite the commissioners to come up Sundays. So yeah, we have the 3 largest lo'i patches up there, and prior to COVID, we had people from all over the world coming up, to learn the story of Haloa, and to be reconnected. So for one, I see what Aina does and how it changes people, and I would love to kapko the sentiment of the land disposition for Ka'ala Farms up at Pu'ea. And like Kalai Manawale said, if you folks, commissioners, I would invite you folks will come up Sundays. 440 Sundays we've been going up there for 11 years, and that hale is hale na'awao. I helped to restore that with Kumu Palani Senensi. But what Uncle Eric and his staff has been doing, for all these years, and many that have came before, Uncle Mike Kaikina, Uncle Erika Anana, Tilote Ho'ohuli, so Uncle Butch Detroit, that's an amazing place. That's our pu'uhonua up here. So yes, I concur and I support a longer land disposition for Ka'ala Farms up where. So mahalo nui for you guys' time. I was waiting from 11. But kia kua pu. Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, thank you very much. Next testifier, Kapua, Kili, Koa Kamai.
Aloha, o wau kapua, kili I kua kamai no ka aina ho'opula ka awa wau wainai mai au. I also support Ka'ala's presence, their purpose and their intent for our kanaka out here. Not only do we want a long term, I would really appreciate it. We could get it in perpetuity because Eric is passing it on. Not right now, but he does have his legacy plan. And Nohea Stevens is part of that. So like Kauko who said, we started way before COVID came to Ka'ala. And because of COVID, we've had some breakage in our weeks, but we've been there in spirit when we couldn't be there physically. And Brother Kauko Ohu and many others continue to go there. And so again, I also echo the sentiment of commissioners. Please contact Kauka Ohu or Nohea to let them know when you would like to come up. Sundays between 9 and 3, definitely 10 and 2. But it depends upon everybody's schedule. Sometimes it's Kauka Ohu running it. Sometimes we have other Kanaka like Nani and other folks that just come because they love it. It helps us. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Hey, any questions? Lily, on this particular draft environmental assessment, there's not a request for a long-term disposition, or is that part of or is this just the cultural learning center per se?
So they have a land disposition. Right now, it's just month to month.
Yeah.
And so they are hoping to ask for a long-term land disposition. I think they'd have to work with Linda and Kahana guys, but part of getting that long-term land disposition is completing chapter 343 and chapter 60.
Oh, okay.
So I think planning office is just trying to help them get through those hurdles.
Sounds good. Okay,
Mahalo.
next
Chair,
item.
I have a,
I'm
you have
sorry.
somebody else?
Commissioner Ornelas.
I do recall Chair saying last month about, or maybe the month before, about bringing some of the permitting in-house. I don't see how any historical, like if we're trying to kind of use historic building practices, I don't see how that'll ever get through permitting via the state of Hawaii or the county route. Is that something that whatever you're thinking about bringing permitting in there, Or could it be like maybe in a site inspection or something that they're doing where you could exempt
Yeah,
the,
that could be something we can take a look at. Actually, it's a great idea.
Mhm.
Sure.
Mahalo, Lily. So
Yeah.
appreciate all the work that you do. I have to echo everyone else. Everything that you produce is just so thorough. You and the staff are so committed. You answer my 100 questions, and I just want to publicly thank you so much.
No problem. Mahalo, Commissioner.
Okay, let's see. The next item, G5 for, again, information only draft environmental assessment for the Kau Hawaiian Cultural Community Center in Kau, Hawaii.
Aloha again, Lily, for the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. This one is for the Kau Hawaiian Cultural Center. I'll wait for the slideshow. Okay, next slide. So for this particular project, it's located on an approximately 10-acre parcel in Waiohinu in Ka'u. It's adjacent to Mamalahua Highway. I'll show you folks a map that has a location coming up. The proposed action is for a cultural center, including learning areas, gathering spaces, ceremonial space, kind of a Pico gathering area in Ka'u. The reason why this is being prepared and brought forth is compliance with HRS Chapter 343. This particular entity, Hanalaulima Lahuyo Ka'u, they are technically not a beneficiary organization, but our Ka'u Hawaiian Homestead Association leaders sit on their board and have been very active in each step of kind of the land disposition and vision for this project. So they currently have a right of entry from the department for the completion of due diligence. They're working towards a long-term land disposition. They're hopeful that if they can receive a long-term land disposition, which includes this level of compliance, they'll be able to access some grant funding and be able to kind of bring their vision to life. For the draft environmental assessment, this one will likely be published in the November 8th issue of the environmental notice, with a 30-day comment period running through December 7th of this year. Again, today we're just coming for information, but we're hoping to come for action on this item in December. Next slide. So you can see the Swiss cheese in orange is DHHL's land holdings in Waiohinu. And that little orange bit that's identified that touches Mamalahua Highway, that is the parcel in question. It's a portion of a over 300-acre TMK, and they're looking at approximately 10 acres. Next slide. So they have this little design concept that's incorporated in the proposed action. You can see on that 10-acre area, the back half butts right up to the pali that's behind it. The front half is frontage along Mamalahua Highway. So that would be their ingress, egress, and then inside they would have different spaces and their cultural center. Next slide. Now for this one, I think the longest piece in preparation was their consultation. They were able to do consultation with Kupuna in Ka'u to get a good understanding of that particular area. As far as these 13 significance criteria, in my review, there was nothing that popped out. They did a good job looking at the past uses, a good job looking at historic trails, historic uses. There is always potential for iwi kupuna on the site, but their mitigation measures, of course, they're very open to things like cultural monitoring and all of that through the actual construction phase. In this particular area, again, it is right off of Mamalahua Highway. There are some, some channelized water areas nearby, but they have kind of appropriate BMPs, best management practices, to ensure no pollutants into the water channelization and the nearby streams. Overall, we did do beneficiary consultation for this one. You know, Ka'u can be a little bit of a challenge. I think when we did the beneficiary consultation, it was just coming off of the pandemic, so we actually were doing that virtually at that time. So that posed a little bit of a challenge. You know, our broadband telecommunication is not super strong in all areas of Ka'u, so we weren't able to get a huge turnout. That being said, the applicants, Hanala Lima Lahuio Ka'u, they did work really hard to reach out to all the different community organizations, beneficiaries, and other organizations in Ka'u to get letters of support for their project. Next slide. Next steps again for this one, anticipate the publishing of the draft in the November 8th issue of the environmental notice. 30-day public comment period to follow. They'll need to take in all of those comments. We never know what the comments are going to be. So they'll have to, you know, incorporate those comments, respond to those comments, and incorporate them into a final EA. If they don't have substantive comments and substantive revisions, we could come back as early as December, but again, that will be up to the comment period. If we did come back in December and they were given a FONSI, then they would publish the final EA in the next issue of the environmental notice, which would be late December or early January. That comes with a 30-day legal challenge period. And then their kind of additional note is that they still need to work through compliance with for Chapter 6E. So they are working, their consultant is working with our planning office staff to navigate that pathway. But otherwise, all the details of the mitigation measures are in there. Nothing of significance popped out. Mahalo.
Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Lily. Next item G6 for information on the water policy plan update on water projects and issues for Maui Island. Good.
One more.
One more. Oui.
Okay, aloha again, commissioners. For the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here today with item G6. Item G6, Shiri Kanana, Water Program Specialist.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I'm presenting the Water Policy Plan update for water projects and issues on Maui Island. Next slide, please. So as a part of the Water Policy Plan's priority goal number 1, to affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on a regional and annual basis, we make sure to do these updates on each island. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be going over 2 main areas, and then finally closing with related work with beneficiaries and capacity building to secure water resources and address water issues. Okay, so first I'm going to be going over the East Maui Irrigation System and the East Maui Water Authority. I'll be referring to the East Maui Irrigation System as the EMI. It's weird. There you go. So in the 1870s, the EMI was constructed by Alexander and Baldwin, and then in 2016, A&B sold 41,000 acres to Mahipono, a Canadian venture firm. In June of this year, Mahipono took over the entirety of the system, and that was to resolve previous conditions from this 2016 agreement. Mahipono is seeking a long-term 30-year water lease from the Board of Land and Natural Resources, and I'll be going over DHHL's interest in this matter. So DHHL has several interests related to the East Maui irrigation systems. First and foremost, whenever someone goes for a water license, that triggers HRS 17158G for water reservations. So our 11.455 million gallon a day water reservation request in 2020 has not yet been fully granted. So we only have a portion of that request, and we're still waiting for the remainder of it to be fulfilled. Or I guess approved by the Commission on Water Resource Management. Secondly, traditional and customary rights to water. So this is one of the public trust use of water, including DHHL's reservations. Historically, the EMI has dewatered DHHL's lands at Keanai and Wailuanui. So this is an area that we want to make sure that we keep an eye on. Thirdly, according to Hawaii Constitution, Article 12, Section 1, we are entitled to 30% of the water lease revenue from these water licenses of the state. I think in March, we went over the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, so there's a bit more information there in case you guys want to look into that a bit more. And then lastly, DHHL has a seat on the East Maui Water Authority, and we have also been participating in the East Maui Stakeholder Interim Committee. To give a brief background on the East Maui Water Authority, this was established in November of 2022 by Maui County Charter Amendment. So this was created by the voters of Maui. The purpose of this water authority is to acquire, manage, and control water collection and delivery systems with county staff, specifically for the Nahiku, Ke'anai, Honolulu, and Huala water license areas. And this is an alternative to the state issuing a long-term license to the EMI to a private party. The great thing about this water authority is that it is the first time a designated seat has been created for a representative of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and our representative is Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer. In 2024, there were a lot of significant events with the Board of Land and Natural Resources and the EMI. This is a quick update of it, or I guess a quick rundown. There's more information in the packet, but essentially in September of 2024, BLNR agendized the issuance of a water license for the EMI and a contested case hearing. On about 6 days later, BLNR deferred that item before the meeting. It then came back in November of 2024, where BLNR agendized for a contested case hearing for the proposed disposition of a water license for the EMI, so slightly different wording. 7 days later, they had the meeting and they denied the action at that meeting. And I just want to note that there was significant testimony from a lot of our beneficiaries, and including our chair and our representative, who both testified wanting to defer this item for more conversation. And then following this, in December of 2024, BLNR granted Mahipono a revocable permit with the condition that the County of Maui coordinate monthly meetings for an East Maui Stakeholder Interim Committee. Which brings us to, next slide, please. DHHL's involvement. So we participate in these East Maui Stakeholder Interim Committee meetings. They're monthly meetings, and we go over various topics that touch upon different stakeholders' interests. There's a list of the stakeholders in the submittal. We also participate through the East Maui Water Authority. Their director recently, in August of this year, sent a mid-year update to the Board of Land and Natural Resources Chair, Don Chang. And they also highlighted in that letter that DHHL's 11 million gallon a day reservation of water and its need to be included in any agreement reached. So this letter also contained a letter that was jointly signed by Mayor Bisson and Mahipono CEO Shan Tsutsui. The ongoing discussions in the latter of 2024 have been productive. So on October 13th of this month, Chair Chang did respond to this letter, and she noted that the proposed license will be returning to BLNR on November 14th of 2025. So just putting that on everyone's radar as a part of this update. Next slide, please. And now I'll be shifting towards West Maui and giving an update on the Commission on Water Resource Management and water use permit applications in West Maui. On August 6, 2022, the Lahaina Aquifer Sector Area was designated as both a surface and groundwater management area. So these are areas with higher levels of scrutiny that require additional regulation, including water use permits. And the Commission on Water Resource Management is the approving entity of these permits. I guess the Maui's head from his forehead to his chin is the area that I'm referring to right now. In April of this year, the Water Commission had 2 meetings in Lahaina. The first was on April 7th, and it was a community meeting that went over several things, including sustainable yield, which I will not be touching upon in this presentation, but there's more information on that in the submittal. But one of the things they focused on was the water use permitting process, and this was sort of a preface to the April 28th Water Commission meeting that they held in Lahaina as well. So in this meeting, they shared the Water Commission's challenges with reviewing these water use permit applications for existing uses and expressed that existing uses may continue until the Water Commission has acted upon the water use permit application. They also noted that they have a legal tool called an interim permit that they can issue and that will be allowed for a limited amount of time. So these are sort of like temporary permits that can be revisited, revised, or renewed, but they would eventually need to become a permanent permit. They also presented a potential framework for the review of permits, which I'll go over a bit more in the next slide. So the figure on the right is the proposed process that the Water Commission presented at that meeting. They suggested phasing in permits and using this sort of tiered framework. They would begin with the Honokowai Groundwater Hydrologic Unit and the Honoko House Surface Water Hydrologic Unit. And we do have 2 unfulfilled reservations from these hydrologic units. As you can see from the framework, DHHL is not actually included in this tiered system. We did present testimony on that, and the Water Commission suggested that should DHHL be included, it would probably be on tier 2, but we noted that that would create a lot of problems because DHHL, as I mentioned, is a public trust use of water. There are several public trust use of water, including traditional customary practices, water in its natural state, and domestic uses of water. There hasn't actually been a sort of prioritization amongst these prioritizations. So by creating this tier where they're separated, that would inherently be creating a sort of prioritization amongst them. And if DHHL is on tier 2, that would also be grouping us with municipal use, which could include industrial or commercial uses of water. So there have been no updates from the Water Commission at this time regarding this tiered framework. So it's possible that they may have changed it by now, but this is what they presented at the April meeting. Next slide, please. Additionally, just give you an update on the status of the Lahaina water use permit applications. So far, none of the applications have been processed and no interim permits have been issued. So I'm going to further go over the nexus for DHHL in the next slide. So as LDD went over in their update, we're in the process of completing a new water use application permit for the Honokowai well. It is anticipated to have a capacity of 1 million gallons a day and can reliably yield 2/3 of that amount. In 2017, we entered into an MOU that entitles DHHL and the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation to 1/2 each of the available capacity of the well. This well is necessary for DHHL's ability to actualize our Honokowai lands and deliver homesteads. And we, as Neil mentioned, we do plan to dedicate this well to Maui DWS upon completion. Okay, and then as I mentioned in our closing, we're going to be going over related work with beneficiaries and capacity building to secure water resources and address water issues. Next slide, please. And so in 2022, Hawaii County Council considered a charter amendment that would reserve a seat for a DHHL representative. Unfortunately, that did not survive a second hearing, but what it did do was it created significant conversation and testimony amongst our beneficiaries and our beneficiary leaders. Specifically, Uncle Patrick Kahavaiola'a proposed that if they're not going to reserve a seat for us, then we should just prepare our beneficiaries so that they're ready when there is an opening available on any of these water boards or commissions. So in collaboration with the law schools, I always mess this up, the William S. Richardson School of Law's Kuhuliau Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law. We have had 5 cohorts completed that have participants from all across the Hawaiiana. And excitingly, our next cohort begins tomorrow. So that is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Question? Okay, thank you very much.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Well, you know,
Last-
I'm sorry. One of the things, you know, I'm assuming you saw Elijah Davidson's presentation.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of answered a lot of the questions of the people that were kind of objecting and kind of concerned about the water for Keokeo Waiahuli. And I'm kind of wondering, you know, it seems like there should be an integration of what you're presenting in him so that, you know, there's a kind of a integrated presentation rather than separate. So you guys try to work together and try to, you know, adjust, especially when we go out for consultation. We need to get this water situation resolved. And I think the community needs to understand that, you know, there's a lot of different parts involved in order to access, and it's advanced water credits, you know, integration of using the existing water systems of the border water supply rather than us having to build it. You know, so the migration of this water so we can use it in all our project is dependent on a major way of us working with the border water supply. And then also, you know, all these, you know, the limited amount of water in certain areas versus, you know, all these managed areas. So it's complex, but it needs to be shared with our beneficiaries so they can have an appreciation of what we're trying to do, especially as it integrates to with all the projects we're doing, where we're trying to get people off the wait list in houses, on subsistence ag lots and stuff. So I think it's important we gotta kind of work together instead of separate silos. I know you guys are working together to a certain extent, but I think the presentations, whether than you presenting one, they presenting one, see if you guys can work together and make a presentation that is informative and hits key points. You guys have some good parts. Elijah had some good parts. I think when you merge it and put it together, it's gonna be pretty awesome. Okay.
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, you got one more? Is this the last one? We've been working hard, I gotta say. Or your group too, your group, everybody.
Where's Miss Cachola?
Okay, this is G7 for information only, status update on plan implementation Maui Island Plan and various Maui regional plans. All right,
Last but not
Julie
one.
Cachola.
Aloha again, Commission. Final planning office item today. For the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Here with me today is Miss Julianne Cachola with item G7, our status update on plan implementation. Mahalo, Julie.
Go ahead. So this update will be really quick. I always try to do a little something different every time. So this time I'm gonna do the Mo'oku'auhau of the Maui Hawaiian Homelands Trust really quickly. And then just present some updated numbers because I just love numbers. And some planning initiatives. And we'll end with a report from our agricultural ag extension agent from Maui and all of the wonderful things she's doing because she's here. Go ahead. So our Hawaiian Homelands Trust, it's going to be animation. So if you can just click like First click. Started with the act, and the act only had two areas, is Kaikinui and Kula, which we know as Waihuli and Kilkea. So that was in 1921. Go ahead. In 1961, we got Paukukalo. Go ahead. And this is where we got a lot of lands. In 1995, with the settlement, we got Honokowai, number 5, number 6, Pulehunui. Actually, a portion of that, we got another portion later on. 6, 7, Ki'anai Wailunui, Waikyu. So we didn't have any lands in this area before in West or East Maui. And then in South, we have Ulupalakua Kualapa, which is actually up countryside, 45 acres. And then on the bottom part, Kalihi Kanahena, 100 acres, Ahihia, 100 acres, which bind the NARS area between them. That's the Natural Area Reserve System. We're at the beginning and the end. Go ahead. The next increment of land came in 1998. We had got Waehu Ko, and 2004 we got more Waehu Ko and Leali'i. And then then more recently, Pu'uhona, we got in 2020, and in 2024, go ahead, the final, our new lands in Waehu Mauka, Wailuku, Waikapu area, and Kamalani. And so the total acreage is, like 32,500 acres in Maui as a result. Go ahead. So we have 17 homestead areas. 7 have existing lessees, totaling 1,400 approximately. And you'll see the first column is the existing lessees. I just want to point out that there'll be expansion in 2 areas, Leali'i and Pu'uhona, because they've already started giving out leases in Pu'uhona. I miss Waihuli, so actually we need to add 135 to the plan total on Waihuli is another area that will expand. And then we have 6 new homestead areas that are being planned. And basically the total at 2,800, almost 2,900 additional leases. These are ag, residential, and even multifamily residential. So we're doing the project leases, and I just want to say, project leases change your status to an applicant, from an applicant to a lessee, and that's the whole world right there. There's no financial pre-qualification, and you can transfer to your 25% family member. This is mainly meant for the people of Maui, that there's going to be all of these leases up. So get ready. Next. So the bottom line, I just want you to do the math. So we have, 2,300 coming in on residential, 500 coming in with subsistence ag for pastoral. And these are, the current applicants on our wait list. So a lot of people are going to be awarded. And the main thing about this, I want to stress, is if you did not receive a postcard for this meeting, then we don't have your address. And if we don't have your address, you can't get an award. You're not going to be invited to an award. And I can't stress this enough. It's so hard to see these people top of the list. And we don't have your address. And so you're never going to get an award. So what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot of people moving from applicant to lessee status. Make sure we have your address. That's all, the bottom line. I know I reported last year that we're going to be doing a planning initiative of starting our Maui Island plan, and we got kind of sidetracked at doing some administrative rules, but we're back on track for the Maui Island plan. Go ahead. These are the designations of the current Maui Island plan. That's going to change because we have new areas. Go ahead. We have these 3 new areas that I think are exciting: stewardship, community agriculture, and renewable energy. So people of Maui, think about how we can use these new land use designations in designating our lands for the next 20 years. Go ahead. We also have the advantage of having a new general plan that gives us a context, direction for our island plans. So I want to need to pay attention to that as well, on how we can implement some of these visions, these guiding principles and goal areas. Go ahead. Just go ahead. That's just repeating those areas. The second area of planning initiative is going to be our regional plans. We're really outdated on these Maui plans, so we're going to be getting started on contracting. We're going to be doing the Pakukalu Waehuko Regional Plan. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pitch this. So this is for existing lessees. This is how to make your homestead better, how to address needs in your homestead. What's nice about this is our consultants will provide you all of the data, census data, different area, developments around your community, what's happening that maybe we can piggyback on, partner with. So you get this really large context, but it boils down to what are your issues, what are your problem areas, what are your opportunities? And you solve the picture. So you bring your ideas to the table, no idea left behind. We list them all, potential projects. And then pull in your whole family, because after that we vote, we actually go down and vote, and we identify the top priority projects for the region. And the reason why you want to do that is because now you're in line for land dispositions, like for a community center, or you're in line for grants, to receive grants, because it's been vetted through this process. So that's the pitch for regional plans. One more. The first one we'll start with is Pakukalu Waehuko. These were the last priority projects. And maybe these will still be on their list, but just wanted to start there, is basically look at where we left off the last time. Go ahead. Now I'd like to introduce Gwen Morinaga Kama, who is our Maui ag extension person dedicated to Hawaiian homelands. So we pay her salary, but she works under CTAR, the UH CTAR, and is able to access the whole resource of UH and CTAR to help our people. And so she's the one from Maui. We have one for Big Island, and we have one for Molokai as well. So you want to present?
Sure.
This is the first time we've had a presentation from our ag extension agent, so.
Okay, aloha mai kako. My name is Gwen Morinagakama. So the department, the Cooperative Extension Service, my primary goal is to provide assistance to place-based ag education programs. So the purpose of the program is to increase the number of successful Hawaiian homelands, agricultural and pastoral homesteaders. So my focus this year has been on Keokea and Kaikinui, and some lessees here and there, Waiahuli, down Pakukalo. So the extension agent's role is to provide practical as well as research-based information, education, and assistance to homesteaders that can be applied on their farm lots. So I provide educational programs, farm development activities such as educational seminars, hands-on workshops, individual consultations through farm visits, phone calls and emails, and office visits. So let me share with you what the primary consultation is for Kaikinui and Keokea. It's fencing because of the feral deer. One lessee said, "Oh, my driveway. Oh, I saw 20 this morning." Like, so fencing is a real big issue right now. Okay, so let's see. So,
Next slide.
the activities this year has been focused at Kaikinui pastoral and Keokea agriculture lots. So drought conditions, limited infrastructure, and the high cost of imported foods have homesteaders looking to water efficient means of becoming self-sustaining and less dependent on foods being brought in. So as you know, we import 89% of our food, yeah? So we're trying to get homesteaders more self-sustaining and self-sufficient. So this has laid the groundwork for current and future projects for Kahiki Nui and Keokia homesteads. I worked with one Kahiki Nui kupuna on limited income. She needed assistance growing vegetables because it's so windy out there. So we helped her install a mini hydroponic bin system and container bush beans. So I've been focusing on hydroponics because water is such an issue right now. So I've done workshops at Pokokalo, Keokea, where else? Some people in Waiahuli. There've been hydroponic systems where the nutrient water is on the bottom, and then you just put your little seedling in there, and you just leave it, and you get bok choy or lettuce in about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Okay, let's see. Okay, so she also found this kupuna. She found in Kanaio, she visited a friend. She found a native. She thinks it's a native Uala variety. So I tried to contact the expert on Uala and haven't heard back yet. Okay, so I attend Keokea Farm Lots Association meetings and Ike Kupuna meeting between Keokea homesteaders and Kula School Vice Principal Kalani Ao and the Kula School Agriculture Center staff. So Kalani Ao, he wanted to find out the history of Kula School. And so we had Ike Kupuna from Keokea come and share their stories about growing up in Keokea and how the school, their days of attending Kula School over there. Okay, let's see.
That's what the Lima project.
Huh?
The Lima.
Oh, Lima project. Okay, so here's the plan for Keokea. So going on the Ahupua'a system from Mauka to Makai. So we're doing Mauka, we're doing hydroponics, tables of hydroponics. And we're trying to get the lease down in Kihei, next to the Veterans and Foreign Wars. There's a state parcel. That's where we want to try start growing limu in tanks for restoration. Because that area, when I used to teach ethnobotany, I noticed in 2014 there was no limu anymore. So it has been my goal to restore from Keokea Uka to Keokea Kai, so people can grow a manawea or ogo or palahala to restore the area. So that way people can trade, yeah, barter for limu. Anyway, that's the big plan. Okay, let's see.
I really like that she brings in all of these resources and she brings in these other experts to talk with our people and then she gets creative and says, let's do a Limo project, let's look for land. And so I get a lot of good feedback from the homesteaders. From this last slide, you can see the point of contacts that she's making. A lot of contacts, 80 contacts, 167 contacts. That's an incredible amount of contacts for just one person. But thank you for.
So we also have involved the NRCS with homesteaders doing conservation plans, soil conservation plans, and helping with the deer problem.
Yeah.
So agent has been very active at Keokea and Waiahuli and Kaikinui.
Thank you, Gwen.
Oh, mahalo. Mahalo for this opportunity.
Julie, I had a question. I was looking at your current homestead development list. Then I noticed you have Kenai, Wailua Nui, but you don't have any proposed awards. I was wondering why not?
For Kianai and Wailanui. Because we didn't have the preference for lineal descendants rule in place.
We're gonna have
could-
that in place by when?
By the end of the year.
End of the year.
But
So,
because when we're doing the WACU plan, we're
Right.
supposed to do an East Maui plan, which was supposed to be WACU, Ke'anai, and Wailuanui. But because we didn't have this rule in place, Ke'anai and Wailuanui decided not to stop participating because they didn't want to do a planning effort
Mm.
when they couldn't guarantee that those were gonna be with lineal descendants.
mhm.
So they stopped in midway in the process, so we don't have.
But
counts for
Hana,
them.
we do have that support.
Yes.
So we need to get that on there. You know, I was looking at the
What cue's on there,
Which one is that?
2038, number 10.
number 10. That's why Humauka, no, talking about Hana.
What cue,
No, Waikio is Hana?
yeah, is number
Oh,
10.
okay. Oh, Waikio, yeah, okay. What was I gonna say? You know, on some of the, I was looking at some of the layouts and the lands we have. We're looking at the KNI and adjacent to the lands we're getting, there's these scattered lots. Well, what I was gonna say is, we're gonna try and go after those because those would be really easy awards because they're size already, perfect for homestead awards. So work with Riley, Wananakoa, and then all these different lands, including statewide. If you guys see lands that are owned by DLNR or under their jurisdiction or DOA
Yeah,
or HCDA or whatever,
that area.
we're going after them.
Yeah.
So just let them
It would
know.
be so good to consolidate lands under Hawaiian homelands in those areas. We have, if we have 17 lots otherwise that we could go
Yeah.
up, and we have only 19 parcels in that area, so we could really make a difference by aggregating the lands there.
Yeah, grab them all. And then on CTAR, we're very thankful in working with you folks. We are working with you in Waimanalo. But we're also in competition for some land over there. So we had a discussion with your dean. So the idea is to work together.
Yeah.
But, he's talking about doing some testing facilities as well as building a school, and that's gonna cost him 20 million. Whereas we are developing the Wong Farm and in the adjacent lands we want. And so he's very hesitant to give that to us. He does have, I think, 4 or 5 million to do design work, which he hasn't started. So I think, we need to encourage him to design, but less area and maybe, the areas, Waimanalo is perfect for homesteading, except for the areas closer to the Pali. So, we're willing to give him that as well as some adjacent because, we don't want to be managing the Pali. So if he wants to do his testing on that, he's welcome to do it. But, I do appreciate what you guys do. And we do want to work with you, and I'm glad you're involved here. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, if not, let's see. We have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for your patience and for participating. Tonight's community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. here at the Paukukalo Community Center. Mahalo to Velma, Janice, and Grace for breakfast and organizing dinner. And tomorrow's agenda starts at 9:30. And mahalo for attending. We are recessed for the day.